together to create a better tomorrow.
It's going to be
magic.
Oh,
La magie. Magic.
Magic with music.
With architecture.
With colors.
Magic with celebration.
with your safety.
From here.
There.
And everywhere.
For 6 whole months, day and night.
Join the making of a new world starting October 1st.
With both players having held serve, it's day 3 for the FIDE World Chess Championship. Chess.com's coverage of a match that may just be about to get exciting begins right now.
1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, chess.com in the house, come on. Harry Mack in the house, come on, yeah. Turn your volume up right now, y'all. We about to make this happen. Look, come on. My name is Harry Mack. I had to hop on camera and spit. Welcome to the FIDE World Championship. 135 years, that's craziness. Been going down since 1886. Match format with 14 games. Many queens will be captured, the kings will be slain. Check out the way I'm unraveling the rhymes. This is sure to be a true battle of the minds. Just so it don't remain a mystery, I'll take a moment to walk you through the history. I said we gotta show love to the masters. 27 years strong, that's Emmanuel Lasker. This next name here is an honor. Said it's the endgame master, Jose Capablanca. Can't forget Alexander Alekhine. Ayo, his technique matches my style of rhyme. Why is that? Well, he's the master of attack, and I'm the master of causing disaster over tracks. But when he died, who's gonna be the next leader? FIDE came with a 3-year feature. Soviet reign for 24 years. Cold War pressure, it had us in fear. In comes the American Bobby Fischer. He had to get the crown, I'm just painting a picture. I be in the shuttle straight blasting off. I be slaying my rivals like Kasparov. When they come to spitting, son, I'm about to get it done. Won't stop till my rating 28-51. I'm getting loose with the style. That was the past, let me take it to the now. Coming off top with the clever words. Time to introduce your first competitor. If you don't know, this is a reminder. The endgame magician, Norwegian grinder. Triple crown winner, go hard for him. Of course I'm talking about Magnus Carlsen. Is he the GOAT, the greatest son? Highest score ever, 28-81. Can anybody test the crown? Well, I guess so. I mean, if anyone can do it, then it's Nepo. Cause he's never been the wannabe. Give it up, y'all, for Ian Nepomniachtchi, the ill Russian. The one that's causing a concussion. People pay attention from the moment that he's touching. The first pawn making the move that's dynamic, intuitive, the way he's doing it. Yeah, gonna be an exciting challenge. Nepo about to keep the game in balance. Going down 2021 in Dubai. Chess.com, we gon' keep it 2 live. Twitch exclusive, so keep it locked. We got Fabiano Caruana up in the spot. My man Robert Hess and Daniel Ranch. Yo, the gameplay guaranteed to be intense. FIDE Chess Championship, it's on. Keep it locked right here at chess.com. Peace.
Welcome in on this Sunday, no matter where you are watching from across the world. We're happy to have you with us. Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Chess Championship continues here. On the edge of the couch, you know where he's sitting. He's Grandmaster Robert Hess. You can't spell chess without Hess. Right here in the middle, we got the man who is has the whole world buzzing with the commentary debut that he's made with his coverage of the World Chess Championship. And I'm excited for day 3 here, guys. Robert, we'll start with you. Your thoughts on what might be ahead, real quick.
Yeah, well, I said yesterday both players had losing chances.
Hopefully today we can see some winning chances because Jan has lost the opening battle. We'll see what day 3 brings.
Okay, Fabi, are they looking forward to the rest day? Be honest.
I'm sure they're looking forward to the rest of it.
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of tension in these games.
Yeah.
You might not always see it from the moves, but it's definitely going to start to impact them at some point.
Okay.
And those rest days will help them take some of the edge off.
Okay, well, we're all looking forward to some fighting chess, and we hope we get it. Let's look back real quick at game 2, because boy, did we have fighting chess. The drama was real. Robert said both sides had losing chances, which also means there were winning chances. We were on the edge of our seats along with all of you. So without any further ado, I rhyme timed again. Must be Harry Mack rubbing off on me. We're going to take a quick look back at everything that happened yesterday in game 2's battle. E4, we're all wrong.
Wow.
It's a dangerous looking move. Okay, he played that
Indeed.
rather quickly, yeah.
That looks problematic for Black. Strategically, tactically, and I mean, look at Jan's face. That's not the look of a happy chess player. It's getting really sharp.
I just feel like he's been more focused. I know that they're always focused, but it feels like he's really zoned in on this game compared to game 1.
I don't think Magnus will go for a take on b5 because it feels like his losing chances are very high.
Right.
And it's purely a 2-result position. Well, here at least Black has to think about some things.
This type of position definitely offers Black huge winning chances.
Yeah, I think Jan is the one who should be more disappointed about this result because he had objective chances while Magnus looked promising in the opening, but I don't know if he was ever objectively better.
That video was hype, if I don't say so myself. I hope you're enjoying our quick recaps of the previous round, because we're going to continue to do it at the top of every show. We see chat. It's early in the morning here on the West Coast. We see chat buzzing. I saw Old Town Bob on YouTube saying Maggie's going to bring the pain. Shout out to Aquaman, already rocking and helping us over there on Twitch. We're going to be watching for your comments throughout the day, so keep them fun, keep them insightful, and maybe we'll be reading them on the show. I want to also say that on the show, of course, will be our guests. We have Hikaru Nakamura joining us, Eric Hansen joining us. We have a lot of guests joining us. Jan Ludvig Hammer continues to join us every single day and bring his view all the way from Norway, and it's been awesome to get Hammer's insights. Also, real quick shout out, sorry I missed over it, but again, we have a new YouTube channel, youtube.com/chesscomlive. We are also broadcasting there. If you're tuning in from there, you can chat, and we'll give you a shout out as well. Our daily recap videos are on the main channel. We also have Coinbase recap videos. If you're missing more of Fabiano, all you got to do is check out YouTube after the day. And Mike's video interviews, which he's doing daily from Dubai, are always on our new ChessCom Live YouTube channel. So coming up after the break, we get into our predictions. Robert, Fabi will give you their thoughts on what we're going to see on the board, both from a results perspective and a first moves perspective. So stick around. We will see you on the other side of the break as Chess.com's coverage presented by Coinbase continues.
Chess.com is proud to release Game Review, a simple, streamlined tool to help you learn from your games. Immediately see your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy and how many brilliant and great moves were played. Then select Start Review to dive into the game. Learn about the opening and get helpful stats on your performance. Retry mistakes to learn and improve your accuracy score. See why moves are played thanks to the coach's feedback and click Show Line to see helpful engine recommendations. Play a game, start review, and try it today.
It plays its own role. If trying to be...
Mike Klein here with Chess.com, back in the Expo Media Center at the conclusion of round 2. Today, they gave us golf carts, but my driver got lost. I had to jump out of a moving one. Got to check our insurance policy on that. But you want to know what were the demeanors of the players. Magnus was decidedly more dour after the game today. He called the first 2 games atypical. By that, he meant you couldn't really nail down a style. Although the sample size is small, we did see Magnus sacrifice a pawn yet again today, but then he had to throw in more. He had to sacrifice an exchange. I did hear him say immediately after the game that he did not mean to sacrifice so much, but sometimes you just have to do what the position gives you. You may have thought that Jan had some chances up in exchange. After all, it's actually been 5 years and 3 days since we've had a World Championship game end with a winner. So was Jan going to end the streak? He didn't really get that many chances, and at the end, he actually had to pull the ripcord and go into a pawn-down ending, which he held without too much trouble. Now, another interesting question asked at the press conference was, if they were not playing, who would they like to see commentate? And the funny thing is, Jan said he'd like to see himself commentate, which is very similar to Magnus's comment in London 2018 when asked who he thought was the strongest player. He said, well, himself a couple of years ago. So Magnus thinks very highly of his chess ability. Jan thinks very highly of his commentary ability and his humor. I also asked Jan, what about Dubai? Lamborghinis everywhere, 7-star hotel. He basically said that he's not falling into that trap. He's focusing on the chess games, and all of that opulence is not part of why he is here. So there you go. A draw for each player. Nepo comes back with white tomorrow. We play for another day.
I can confirm for Mike that we do not have insurance that covers getting thrown from a moving vehicle. We do have dental at chess.com, but not being tossed from a moving vehicle. Okay, we're going to jump right in here. It's time to look ahead to Game 3. We've got predictions galore just around the corner. We're going to remind you how you can get involved. But first, a quick shout out to our move predictions that are about to come, brought to you by our amazing sponsors, partners here at House of Staunton. Let's remember that you can pick up a House of Staunton board. All you have to do is use the code chess.com to get 10% off. There's that beautiful looking thing right in front of you. Really good zoom in there. That was good camera work, right? If the board isn't great, the camera work was awesome. I'm gonna scoot up here and point out that Robert Hess already has his prediction on the board. He's not only predicting e4 from Ian Nepomniachtchi, but e5 by Magnus.
Yeah, in 2018 against Fabiano, we saw Magnus essay the Sicilian game after game, but I think he's going to stick to e5. He's going to keep going in these lines, maybe not the same exact variation, but playing e5 first move.
Okay, Fabi, you like that, or you want me to change it for yours?
I think that this will happen, most likely. I would even go a little bit deeper and say that there's a decent chance that we will see Jan repeat the anti-marshal with h3.
Okay.
Because I'm sure he has some ideas in the main line there, and he probably will also check the pawn sacrifice that Magnus played and find some try there. I don't think that Magnus will repeat the same pawn sacrifice, so we might see an anti-marshal with a3. I also think there's a good chance that we might see an anti-marshal with a4.
Okay.
If Magnus were to essay the anti-marshal, to essay the marshal again.
Okay, that's pretty deep and specific. I'll be the black sheep and say that Jan does what Robert thought he would do in day one and play c4, just to poke and prod a little bit and make sure he's looking for other things that Magnus might try. Although I'm with you guys, I think that likely Bobby's very well spoken. They say on the internet that when you speak, it's like hearing the truth. I think you're probably accurate. But okay, now we're gonna toss it back to Robert and ask him to vote on the result today. We've seen 2 draws, but now the challenger gets the first move again. Anything going to change in your mind?
No, I think that Magnus sometimes is in more danger when he's the white pieces than the black piece. I think it's going to be a draw. Ian Nepomniachtchi is playing well, though the opening stage hasn't exactly gone his way. Right before the rest day, I think they'll split the point.
Okay. Fabi, your thoughts?
Well, I think it's interesting what Robert said about sometimes getting in more trouble with the white pieces. And I think that Magnus, who always presses hard for a win, sometimes has a risk of overpressing a bit. But today, I think that we'll see a draw. Very often, after a slightly more chaotic game, we see a calmer one. And that's my prediction, that today will be a slightly calmer affair than yesterday.
Okay. Well, Magnus even said so himself, that he thought today's game might be a little bit tame as both players look ahead to the rest day, both of them sort of doing what they're supposed to do. I'm going to say that I think that we are also going to have a draw. And before you turn your nose at that and be like, you guys are all predicting boring results, maybe today, since we've all predicted a draw, maybe we'll actually be surprised and get a decisive one, which means that even if we have all draws, we will have a happy Hikaru here at the end of the day. Remember, he'll be joining us at the top of the show. So picking the fathead when we're all picking draws, I didn't know who else's face to pick, so I grabbed a happy Hikaru. It looked like he was chilling and figured he could join the show. So there you go. All right, well, let's remind you how you can get involved. You can go to chess.com/events or click on the direct link that one of our amazing moderators will provide you, no matter where you're watching from. Head over, click the vote button, cast your opinion on what you think is going to happen in today's game. It can be a win, draw, or loss, and you will be automatically registered as part of our contest. With $10,000 in cash prizes available, including a ton of premium memberships as well. Again, all you got to do is go to chess.com, cast your vote every day, and if you end up being near the top of the standings at the end of this event, you could take home $3,000 cash money, homie. That's a pretty. Do you like that? That's cash money, homie.
I like what you're doing there.
Okay, you feel that? Okay. Well, we hope that you will consider continuing to play along with us as we get set now for Game 3. We take one more very, very quick break. When we come back, we'll be watching the players come to the board, seeing on the board whether our predictions were correct, and our coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship continues. Welcome back. This is Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship, brought to you by Coinbase. And this next discussion is brought to you by Ervin Lamy on Twitter, who almost in direct response to Fabiano Caruana in real time just said, if the discussion in the anti-martial indeed continues today, I doubt we will see another 8H3. Fabiano thinks we will. Carlsen's 8-Knight-A5 from game 1 looked very convincing and hardly worth repeating. A switch to 8A4 or 8D3 seems more likely to me. Hashtag Carlsen Nepo. Hashtag Fabi, your thoughts?
Well, I don't think that it's less necessarily the most likely option that Jan repeats it. I just think that it's a very sensible option. We can assume from the first game that Jan most likely prepared H3. That was the bulk of his prep in the Marshall in the first game. And so he probably has some ideas in the lines where Black plays Bishop B7 and D5. And he might be extremely attracted to the idea of getting that on the board if possible. And there's always a chance that Magnus goes for Bishop B7 and D5, which is classically the main line, the main approach for Black. Knight A5, I think that it is possible to find some way to put pressure on Black. It's not easy, of course. The endgame is extremely decent compensation for Black. But if you're in Magnus's place, it's also tough to just repeat a line and wait for your opponent to find some small try or some small idea. You're really just saying, I trust in this absolutely. I trust in my analysis, my prep, my feeling of the position. And it's really not easy to do that. You know that you're going to get hit with something, some computer prep, and you're going to either have to be equally well prepared or figure it out over the board. So that's not an easy choice. If I were Black, if I were in Magnus's position and the Marshall were my main opening, I would probably try to deviate if Jan repeats H3, just to at least not show my intentions so directly, to at least show that I can have some flexibility. But both approaches are possible. I also think there's a pretty decent chance Jan chooses another line. He might try A4, like Ervin said, because there's certainly some dangerous ideas there. But I think he'll try to stay in this territory of the anti-martial. Because if he starts going into, like, as you mentioned, C4 on the first move or D4 on the first move, he has no idea what Magnus will play.
Okay, that's a good
Magnus
point.
can play anything, and then he has to be ready for all sorts of defenses. I don't think that will be his approach.
Wow. Well, that's where you drop the mic and say, take that, Ervin. Follow at Fabiano Caruana on Twitter. Robert, your thoughts?
Well, I was going to say, who do I trust? The second for Anish Giri or the player in Fabiano Caruana? And it's an interesting discussion. And
Wait a second. I think Jan is messing
payback.
with him.
It is payback.
Yeah.
Because Magnus did this yesterday, right?
This is hilarious.
He had the first move E4 played, and then he did not play E4 himself. And I think Jan is doing the exact same thing, but we'll see now.
We're going to see right now. Moment of truth.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Okay, look at that. A little gamesmanship between the two childhood friends. That is pretty funny. What's funny is the DGT board is already messed up. It's not on screen for all of you, so don't you worry. But this little gamesmanship that they're doing is hilarious because they're messing everybody up. That was hilarious. Okay, we are rocking and rolling here with no more D4 on the board.
Just make everyone's lives as difficult as possible on move one. But back to that point from Grandmaster Lamy, who, as I mentioned, is Anish Giri's trainer and second. He does a lot of the prep work, the heavy lifting for Anish. And it's interesting to note that he was saying that, oh, there's not much there. But is it worth... That sort of begs the question, was Jan playing a one-off opening in game one, hoping for something? Or does he believe in his preparation? You would hope that the World Championship stage, you believe in your preparation. And in the previous World Chess Championship between Fabiano and Magnus, they played the same opening to start with, but there were deviations along the way. But Magnus did stick to his same weapon of choice, and Fabiano also found some ways to get an advantage. So right now we see the game starting off in common theoretical territory.
DGT fashion with King F1 on the new DGT boards being switched now. And we're good again. This has happened both games. For those of you who weren't watching game one, shame on you. You should have been with us the whole time. But we had the same thing happen. The players are pressing so hard on the DGT board that the sensors relay the wrong moves. Anyway, we are good to go. Sorry, Robert, continue. Here we go. Moment of truth. Okay, so no, we'll see castles first. Moment of truth right now is whether we'll see h3.
Or a4. I think those are the two most likely options. c3.
Yeah. Look at that.
You see Jan look right at the
You know why? Because he knows, he's so funny. He knows everybody in the world is talking about this topic right now. And indeed, he plays a4.
Well, there was only two really realistic options, which were h3 and a4. c3 would allow the marshal with c3, d5, and white has no ideas there.
Let me analyze that and show the marshal here real quick, because again, it's important. Of course, we've got our eyes on the live position. Don't you worry, boys and girls. c3 is traditionally, if you looked up this position in databases for most of the non-super GMs out there, you might be like, well, c3 is the most popular historical move, or was for a very long time. But this move causes development issues to the queen side, which can build up quickly if black plays d5 and goes for the very, very infamous, if you will, marshal gambit. Sorry, just showing that real quick. And c6 would be played, and there you go.
Yeah, here in this marshal gambit has a huge amount of games in theory, but it's no longer very popular because white has run out of ideas after tens of thousands of games.
Yeah, it's, I mean, not just that, right? Like all the games, but also the preparation that people are doing behind the scenes.
Yeah, all of that stuff that's led white to basically abandon c3 as a move. And that really leaves you with a few moves, h3 as Jan played in the first game, a4 as Jan played in this game, and d4, which isn't theoretically considered so great, and d3. There are no other logical moves. So it was kind of easy to pin down Jan's choice to either a4 or h3 as he played in the first game.
So just highlighting a4, d3, h3. These are all, sorry, I also skipped c3. Those are all the moves, but that's why you're saying your process of elimination was why it was easy to pin down a4.
Or h3 as he played in the first game. But it turns out Erwin was right in predicting that Jan would not repeat the opening played in the first game. I think that is a relevant moment. So he feels like he was just out-prepared in that game.
Yep.
And he's abandoning that move.
But that's interesting because that's on Robert's point. He was just saying you want to believe that you trust your preparation. Is it really that bold of a statement he's making by not playing h3 that he's just out-prepared?
I would say that sometimes it's good to be a moving target because if you play the same thing over and over, both you and your opponent are doing deep research into that same variation. So if Magnus doesn't know what to expect from Jan, and maybe he will play a different first move at some point, that makes him a really difficult opponent to play in any single day. Now, if you're playing something different all the time, you may not go as deep. So it's a breadth versus depth argument to some extent. But I do like the decision from Jan because it just felt like he didn't feel truly comfortable in the game one position. And it was much more Magnus' style where this feels like he can get a healthy and safe position that he can then try to push for more from. And as we see, he just made this move, knight to d2, Fabiano. And
yeah, that was a significant choice for white. Because white, if we go back one move, has a variety of options. All of them are pretty decent. I recently played with black against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and he played bishop to d2. It looks like a strange move, but the idea is black wants to play knight a5 to put pressure on that bishop, so you stop it. White can also play knight c3, basically just attacking the pawn on b5, a very logical move. And of course, white can play the typical c3 with a slow build-up, c3, and eventually white tries to get d4.
Typical Lopez.
Yeah, so Jan played knight to d2, and here the most common move is knight to a5.
And so that's what we're expecting from Magnus here?
It's possible that he can play another move. I mean, it's a position which is very flexible, so black really has a lot of choices. Even if black were to make a move like h6, there's nothing wrong with that. h6 followed by rook e8, bishop f8, and the typical Ruy Lopez or Zaitsev development that black often goes for in these lines. But knight a5 is the most common move.
So we're expecting knight a5. Hasn't been played yet.
It's a little more ambitious, right? Playing knight a5 because what you were saying, h6 and all those, that's solid. It's sort of like the Italian game from the black side, but your bishop's on e7, and so it's a little more passive. But here you can play c5 as black, gain some space. So
how is white handling knight a5 here? You have to deal with the bishop there potentially.
The immediate problem is the bishop, so you have to play bishop a2 if you want to fight for an advantage. If you allow black to trade off that bishop, then black has the bishop pair advantage, and white has no real, let's say, advantage over that. There's no. Sometimes you give away this bishop if you get something in return.
Yeah, in game one, white had a pawn for the bishop pair, so here you have nothing.
So here you want to save your bishop with bishop a2, and this is an interesting moment because one of the most ambitious moves is to actually grab the pawn in a4.
I was just about to say, and this is a line that I don't know well, right? Obviously, Captain Obvious, but I'm looking at this. This is a really unique type of exchange for a Spanish queenside.
Yeah, it's an interesting line because you are destroying your pawn structure, and if you were to lose that a4 pawn, then there would be no reason to do this for black. You would just end up with split pawns on the queen side. But it's really tough to win that pawn.
Yeah.
You have no very easy way to attack it multiple times. Like, you can attack it with c3, but black can defend it with queen d7. So very often here, white surrenders the queen side.
Okay, so what are you doing here then?
You can play, for example, knight f1. You surrender the queen side, and you try to build an attack on the king side.
Okay, what's the line that we might see?
To be honest, I haven't checked this line in many years. I played a game in this b takes a4 line in 2014, but since then I haven't really looked at it very thoroughly, so I don't remember the theory. But
that makes me feel better. Now there's two. Now there's two of us here.
But one of the main things that you can see in this position is black's pieces, the knight on a5 and the bishop on b7. They're not in play over on the king side. So the bishop on a2 may be on the queen side, but it's the power of the bishop. It's slicing across the board to f7. So with Fabiano's idea here with knight to g3, and sometimes you can even play like h3, g4, and throw pawns up the board. But the point is that white is much more prepared to be active on the king side, whereas black not only has those pieces on the queen side, Fabiano's point, that if you move your knight back to c6, then it becomes much easier for white to go after the a4 pawn. And if you lose the a4 pawn, you will just be positionally worse because
I'm going to show that real quick just to highlight. I don't know whether this is the move or not, but just to get the point across that what Robert's saying is b takes a4 for black may have won a pawn, but if that pawn falls, i.e. there's no more queen d7 or something, the structure here is greatly, just make a random move, greatly advantageous. This is the kind of thing you never want to do for black on the queen side in the Spanish.
Yeah, this would be disastrous. And even, I think, more accurate than bishop c4 would be to play c3, because if you can make a move which attacks the pawn and is also a developing move, and c3 is a developing move because it prepares d4 in some cases, then you're killing two birds with one stone. So black shouldn't play knight c6. In fact, one of the main, let's say, development plans, and if let's say we don't play b takes a4, but we play c5, this is actually one of the points of playing knight a5. It's to chase the bishop away for a second so you gain a tempo to expand in the center. So now if you play knight c6 back later,
let's say we'll just do this to show.
Yeah, for example, your knight is no longer blocked by the pawn on c7.
Right.
So now you have a lot more space, and also that c5 pawn exerts pressure on d4. So white finds it very difficult to play d4 without massive simplifications in the center.
Okay. Yeah,
so
that's interesting.
c5 is the most common move after bishop a2.
Yeah, and if you just take a snapshot of this structure, this is something you see this in the Spanish for the last 50 years, as far back as when Fischer was playing it. I mean, so this makes a lot of sense.
And with this structure, when you have pawns 2 squares away from each other, like c5 and e5, the square in between is often the square that white would like to target. So, with knight f1 as a potential option, that's something that black does need to be careful about, because as is typical in the knight or in the Sicilian, if a bishop comes to g5 and takes this knight on f6, it's not that white is immediately better from an objective evaluation point of view. It just becomes a dark square bishop, and look at the pawn structure for black behind your own pawns.
Making some random moves.
Sure, exactly. We can show the d5 square is so important because you don't have a pawn that can kick a piece out. That's what an outpost is, and it's exactly what white would use in this type of position.
Okay, well, what a traditional Spanish game that would be if it was delivered, but no. If I'm correct, it looks like we have a move on the live board. Indeed, we do. We see that Magnus has played the move rook to e8 on move 10. Fabi?
Yeah, so this is similar to the plan I mentioned with h6.
Yeah.
Basically, he wants to develop with bishop f8 and get that bishop out of the way and eventually try to push d5. So now that he'll overprotect e5, and then d5 will no longer potentially lose a pawn on e5. The interesting thing is here is white can play knight g5, attacking f7. That's why I suggested h6 first. But I'm wondering about d5 here.
Ooh, no. So we're not gonna play a little tickle.
I don't think it works though. I think that after e takes d5, it's not going to work out.
Do we have a lolly gambit happening over here? I want something nasty with queen f3.
I think that you're really asking for it here.
It does, right? It's got to.
And queen f3, and the king has to go to e6, and
oh my gosh! Just if this happens in a world championship, I will give every viewer a 1-year diamond membership.
But there is an interesting point here that your d5 move, maybe it doesn't work if you follow up with knight takes d5, but aren't there positions without the king on e6,
I was gonna say,
where after e takes d5, let's say,
yeah,
you like play a move like knight d4, and you like start giving up pawns,
yeah,
and it's similar in nature to what Magnus did in the first game, where he goes after the bishop on b3, he gets the bishop pair, but he loses the pawn. So this kind of move is definitely possible. You always have to watch out for d6. Like here, it doesn't.
I was just about to say the key is that black can take this first.
Right, and after d takes e7, this is the really important point, queen d5.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you lose. If we just go back that half second here, that your queen's under attack and your knight's under attack. So you need to save your more important piece. If you take the pawn e7, you just lose your knight. So queen d5 attacks something greater in the position. So that means that black is actually the one who gets to escape.
Only thing greater than a queen is the king over here. Very, very nice.
Actually, I think it would be interesting to continue that line for just a second. Although I don't think it works out for white.
Okay.
I think it's still, if we're having fun checking some crazy lines.
Hey, we're having fun. Look at that. All the viewers can see the live position, so calm yourselves. Let Bobby analyze.
So d6, knight takes b3, d takes e7, queen d5. This is necessary so black doesn't lose that knight on b3, and it looks like black is winning the rook on a1. But if I play knight g to e4, now if knight takes e4, d takes e4 wins a piece because the queen is attacked. So black's only good move is knight takes a1, knight takes f6, g takes f6. So white is down a full rook, but after knight e4, white has very significant threats. And then knight on a1 is also probably going to die there.
Even if this happens, I will give everybody a diamond membership.
I promise. I promise this won't
likely.
happen.
I'm risking. Look at how insane this is.
I think it works out very well for black after queen e6, most likely. But it's
God,
not. There's still
so
knight
bad.
c5. There's
but
a lot of tactics.
I love the fact that Stockfish 14 is evaluating a position with black up a rook anywhere close to equal. I am getting excited right now. I'm glad I'm not on camera.
Yeah, this is very unlikely to happen, but it is an interesting line. It's some of the possible lines that will remain behind the scenes, but the players are probably kind of briefly looking through in their minds.
Okay.
But I don't expect knight g5. I think rook e8 is first of all preparation from Magnus. That's clear. He's looked at this line, so you don't start going for sharp lines like knight g5 without preparation in return.
Quick note on the position. Apparently, so Carlsen has actually never faced the move knight bd2 in 14 games of this position. Thank you to our team working hard, bringing us stats. So that's already an interesting point, that one of the reasons Magnus paused on this last move before playing rook e8, maybe he'd never faced that move order. We also have a note that the move 8a4 hasn't been played in a world championship match since Kasparov short 1993.
Oh, so that's actually an interesting game.
Kasparov short?
Yeah, it's
Don't let Nigel hear you say that.
Well, Kasparov won that game, and it was a brilliant game.
Oh, then go ahead.
But it was the reason that for decades a certain way of development for black was rejected.
Okay.
And then recently it was revitalized. It was black at some point plays knight d7 and knight c5, and based on that game, everyone thought this is very bad for black. But then more recently, computers said, oh, this is actually a very legitimate way of playing.
Okay.
And that game, even though it was a great game, is not theoretically so relevant. But anyway, that is not happening today.
And that's the problem with great games, is people often take for granted that there's so much lying underneath the surface. So especially if Kasparov is the one playing, and you're like, okay, I trust him.
Yeah, the result and the man playing the position, you assume, okay, well, this must be good. But indeed, this is a very playable variation for black. Now we see h6 on the board, stopping knight g5. Fabi gets his wish, and Jan takes another sip of whatever's in that thermos.
Yeah, I feel like knight g3 is feels like almost an automatic move here, because the knight on f1 has two places to go. It either goes to e3 or to g3. So most likely you put it on g3 first.
Okay. Why is that? Just to both options in the Spanish are typical, but here with the rook on e1 and this anticipatory structure where d5 might happen just makes more sense to put it on g3.
Yeah, well, we think about the knight on either g3 or e3 as where can it go? And the squares on g3 it can go to potentially are obviously f5, that's the most obvious square, and maybe h5 someday if the knight on f6 goes away. But that square doesn't seem very relevant at the moment. The knight on e3 can also go to f5, or it can go to d5. But on d5 it gets traded off, and white isn't really interested in trading off pieces to play for an advantage at the moment. But the knight on e3 has disadvantages in blocking off two of white's pieces, the rook on e1 and the bishop on c1. It limits their influence. So if the knights are going most likely to the same square, which is f5, why would you put it on a square where it blocks your pieces off? You'd rather put it on a square where it doesn't obstruct anything.
It also opens up d4 as a possibility, right? Because the knight on e3, you're not playing d4. Your e4 pawn is loose. With the knight on g3, you have a second defender of that pawn, so d4 is in the card at some point, not in this particular position, because bishop f8, which is the move that we expect in such a line, because that actually helps black's rook, and at some point black may play g6. And we know a pawn 3 squares away from a knight dominates a knight, because where's the knight on g3 going? f5 or h5, a pawn there takes away those options. But if white is able to get a knight on f5 first...
I was just about to say that.
Yeah, you don't...
One of the typical ideas whenever there's a pawn on h6 is you now have that anchor. So knight on f5 and bishop on c1 actually frees the pawn where it stands. g6 would hang the pawn. So
I also want to...
is this a line you think we might get? Knight g3, bishop f8, knight f5?
I don't know about knight f5 because... Okay. One of the problems with knight f5 is, for example, black might just play knight e7.
Trade it off.
And just trade all that stuff off.
Okay. What were you going to say then?
But I was just going to point out an interesting thing, because what Robert mentioned about g6 is extremely typical and likely to happen at some point. But black plays g6.
After bishop f8.
After bishop f8, and let's say white plays c3. I think more likely black's idea is to play d5.
Okay.
But let's just say that black were to play g6 to limit the scope of the knight on g3. I actually think an interesting move would be h4, and we could see some aggressive intentions from white, because white noticed a target on g6. The h4 pawn is going to go up the board on h5, put a lot of pressure on that pawn, and give black some tough decisions. And if black were to stop it with h5, then suddenly we see knight g5 coming into the picture, and a lot of pressure on f7. So this might be the downside of g6. But I think Magnus's idea is more likely, in general, to go for d5 in the center.
Why am I so excited about this game? I know we came in here, all three of us predicted draws. We're looking at the rest day, and every move that's being played. Can you feel the energy in here?
Well, you just made it awkward. If the energy's there, you don't have to talk about it.
Well, Danny, I feel the energy in the
and then Danny looks to chat for someone to say something nice to him, and there's nothing there either. Back to the chess. Okay.
No, I know what you mean, because even though it's a quiet position, there's a lot of stuff.
There's a lot of tension.
A lot of very interesting things.
It's chessual, the tension.
Well,
I was about to say, when I get this feeling, I wanted to talk about the chess, Danny, if that's okay.
Chessual feelings you have? Go ahead.
But Fabi's point of bishop d2 looks like it was just played by Jan here, and that makes d5 harder to play, because one of the main points in d5, when c3 is included, is the d3 square, and particularly the pawn, becomes a target. So oftentimes, if the knight captures on d5, it goes to f4. With the pawn still on c2, d3 is protected, right? There's a little pawn chain there. And so the e5 pawn probably can just be scooped up and captured, and that leaves black in some trouble, because where's their full compensation coming from? You have some piece activity, but white's bases are covered, and thus it's not justified.
This is also interesting, Fabi, because this is sort of like the idea that Maxime played against you to prevent knight a5, but the white knight is already on f1 rather than on b1.
So this is a very interesting move. I was trying to understand the idea, and it's clear when you play bishop d2, this is an indication Jan knows the position. You don't just play bishop d2 quickly, because it's not the most natural move, knight g3 is, without some idea of what you're doing. And I actually think the idea is, and I might be totally off on this, and I'll look a bit silly with this next move, but I think the idea might be bishop f8, c4.
What? You do look silly. Explain yourself.
And I think the point is that normally black can reply with knight a5 here and put a lot of pressure on that bishop, but you covered that square. You're threatening a pawn, so black has to make a decision with that pawn. What can you do with it? You don't want to take on a4. We already spoke about that in general.
We're just going to remind everybody, this is a no-no on the black side of a Lopez.
That's super bad. If you play b4, white will play a5, and that pawn will get isolated on b4 and eventually picked up. So you don't want to do that, because also now you can't play d5. So that pawn on b4 is a huge weakness.
Look at this. Look at this and how it says no.
It's really funny, because I think when people learn this type of position, the point is the bishop on b3 is so strong. So playing c4 to some extent seems counterintuitive because you're blocking your bishop, especially in the event of b4, as we were just looking at. But Fabi's point is extremely important that after b4 for black, white plays a5 and cuts off the circulation of the pawns. Because what would black like to do? Jump that pawn from c7 up to c5 right over the knight. Obviously, that's not legal. And where's your knight going? Well, you drop the pawn on b4 if you move the knight. So that's actually a big struggle that black has in such a position. So c4 is a really interesting idea, and one I would say that does not naturally come to mind for most.
The last idea you didn't mention is what happens on this.
Well, which is the move that black probably should play. But then after bishop takes c4, we actually notice that black has some concrete problems to deal with. Queen b3 is a big threat.
As well as bishop takes f7
Possibly.
for the record.
Yeah, bishop takes f7 and queen b3, and these ideas are in the air. And so if black were to deal with that, white can actually start advancing on the queen side. The bishop on d2 is super useful, and there's like b4 ideas, maybe not immediately, but in general, and then b5 is coming, queen b3 is coming. You see how black is under pressure and white suddenly has initiative. And that pawn on a6 is a weakness. The bishop on c4 is staring at it. White also has ideas maybe to use the rook on c1, put pressure on the c-file, or play knight e3 just to cramp down on that d5 square. So I think this might be the idea that Jan is going for. And it looks like an interesting one to me.
And it seems like he first put his knight on e3. So after bishop f8, knight e3 was played. So, I mean, the c4 idea is rich. Like, that's a fascinating variation. And he's leaving that option open. But at the same time, he's making sure that black doesn't have d5. Because in some of those positions, when you do play c4, maybe black will play d5 to take advantage of the fact that if you ever capture on d5, you're left with an isolated d3 pawn. So in the line we were just looking at before, like b takes c4, bishop takes c4, and d5 is possible. I'm not saying it's good here, but is a possibility. Whereas with a knight on e3, that move can't be played. So I think Jan is doing a good job of limiting the options that Magnus has.
The reason that didn't work, everybody, is because of factoring
queen b3.
But forget the eval bar. I was just highlighting the instructive Robert Hess.
But with like rook b8 included, right? Sometimes you can then play d5 as we were looking at before. So the main thing is that knight e3 really restricts black in the initial position. And as Fabiano was pointing out, there it is.
It's on the board.
100%, because it just go back a move before black played knight e7. From g3 and e3, we were talking about the knight's going to f5. But the bishop already made its intentions clear with bishop d2. We were discussing the move c4, thanks to Fabiano. And so now we don't need to look at d4, so the knight is great on e3, covering f5, and very importantly, d5. And so c4 makes sense, but Magnus responded very quickly.
Oh, sorry.
No, this is awesome. I mean, this showing, maybe so far the best showing of opening prep from Jan in the match at this point. It would seem so that we would agree on that. And I'm not saying that means he gets some sort of dominant advantage, but so far Jan is showing a little bit more in the first stage of things than we've seen. I also want to give a quick shout out. This is the time when voting is closed on chess.com. You missed your chance, but do it at the start of every show for a chance to win your piece of $10,000 in cash prizes. But now's the time to spam emotes in the chat wherever you're watching from. Let us know who you think is going to win. Play along with us. Magnus head, Jan's head. I got a couple of fat heads around the office. I see you, Peter Kuiper, I'm just on YouTube. Anyway, chat, we're watching. Let's go back to the chess.
So I just wanted to say that it's clear also that Magnus knows something about the position. He's also playing quickly. So to speak about who has better opening prep for the moment it's difficult to say because they both seem to be well prepared. Of course, white is the one who is potentially better in this position. Black is the one who's trying to equalize. I just saw a funny line which I wanted to mention after bishop c4. The most natural move is knight g6. And first you think, oh, queen b3 wins some material. But then after queen d7, and this is a reason I actually think queen b3 is a mistake. Queen takes b7, rook e to b8. The queen is trapped. So this isn't good for white. And if white plays bishop takes f7 here, after queen, instead of queen b3.
This is the good way. He was getting there.
Yeah. instead of queen takes b7, we just go back one move.
Wait.
Instead of bishop takes f7 check, play queen b3 first.
Bishop takes f7 is the best move, though.
Yes.
That's definitely the best move.
Okay.
But if queen b3, queen d7, bishop f7, it looks like you win a pawn, queen f7, queen b7, because now the c6 square is available. But then black plays knight f4, and you can't actually defend that pawn on d3. Even though it's surrounded by pieces, there's no way to defend it. which is kind of funny. The problem for black is, of course, bishop takes f7 immediately, as you pointed out, and this is a good version of winning the pawn.
So what I always love about this is, sometimes when we commentate, it's like, well, why are you going through these variations? But in order to get to the correct one, you have to make your way through, because that line we were just showing with bishop take queen b3 first, and then bishop f7, it looks pretty natural and looks pretty good. But you win a pawn, but then you suffer some of the consequences of the knight jumping into the board. So b takes c4, I guess Jan isn't at the board because bishop takes c4 seems kind of obvious.
Knight takes
c4?
Knight takes c4 from Ian Nepomniachtchi.
Okay, well.
Again, I think proving he is in his prep and comfortable. Look how confidently he plays it. And now that it's on the board, I'm looking at knight a5 and liking it. That's an interesting idea that's coming.
Yeah, he knows his position well for sure. The knight is potentially coming to a5. It's not 100% because also the bishop might find a nice home there on a5 with rook c1 and pressure on c7. But this really does kind of carve out knight a5 as the intention. I wonder what black will play here, because rook b8 is a very natural move. You basically just say, well, I'm the only one with the open file on the b file. You have the c file, but I need to make use of the b file while I have the chance. The question is, does this b file actually matter? White can play.
Is there knight takes e5 in some positions as well?
Well, maybe in this position.
Yeah.
I didn't notice that option, but that looks super dangerous now that you mention it.
Right, because the f7 pawn can't be defended. So knight takes e5, and
that would be. Oh, that would be.
That would be a problem for black.
That's a problem.
It's interesting. Maybe black can. It's probably not very good, but maybe knight e d5. Actually doesn't lead to such a terrible position. E takes d5 is forced. Bishop takes d5.
I thought we were going to go Marshall with like bishop d6, but yeah, okay. Yeah, then knight c6. Okay.
White has a lot of weaknesses. If bishop d5, queen d5, suddenly a lot of things are hanging.
Right.
So maybe black has some compensation. Probably not enough for equality, but it's not a complete disaster, let's say.
It actually doesn't look that terrible because it's an extra pawn for white, but look where the extra pawn is. I mean, the pawns are split for black, but it's this b2 pawn, which is backwards and targeted. The d3 pawn is targeted. So, of course, white is to be preferred here, but there's still good chances for black to find a way through. But yeah, knight takes e5, you don't want to overlook that move because just how it jolts you would not be a good feeling.
And Magnus played a very interesting move, and he dealt with two threats in one move, knight a5 and knight takes e5. But he also spent two moves to get to the same square.
But he also spent almost no time. We saw for a second, for anyone who couldn't see the camera, both players were gone from the table. Magnus comes back and sits down and makes his move instantly. So they're both still very clearly.
I wonder, though, that's what I was just going to ask Fabiano. Like, do you think that Magnus is also in preparation, or he got to this point and then knight c6 felt like the move? Because he's playing it quickly, so it leads you to believe it's preparation. But this is kind of a rare line.
No, it's an unnatural move.
Yeah.
Because you don't immediately think, oh, I have to go back to the square I just came from. And you also don't want to block that c pawn. Because one day black would like to play c5 to get some grip over the central squares. And he played it quickly.
So it means, so what you're saying to me makes it more likely that it's prep.
I think it's an absolute certainty that they're both in their preparation. Although Jan is starting to look a little bit like he didn't expect that move. But it's clear that up to this point, all of their moves they knew about beforehand. And it is a rare line, but this is a World Championship match. The players have been putting an unusual amount of time into their preparation for this match.
How would you know that? LOL. Sorry. An unusual amount of time, but yeah, go ahead.
Maybe unusual isn't the right word, but they have the liberty to, let's say, play less events and put more of their effort into preparation. But it looks like Jan didn't really expect that one from his body language, and now he's started to slow down a bit.
And the psychology, that's pretty interesting, because if Magnus maybe didn't expect in this game, but if he's seen this line before and expects knight takes c4, which you heard me say, I thought bishop takes c4 was going to happen for sure, and then he immediately responds knight 6, that actually is uncomfortable, I feel like, because you want the element of surprise, especially with the white pieces, to try to put pressure on your opponent. And the fact that Jan is the first one to sort of sit and think and maybe be like, well, maybe he knows his position better than I do.
Well, it brings me back to Fabiano's point yesterday, which was an amazing point, which was brought on by chat, asking about how much you're using the engine prep and the idea that you're actually looking for positions sometimes where you might be a little bit worse, because you know those are the opportunities where you might trap your opponent, right? Positions that are a little bit worse, so they go for it thinking they have a safe edge, but there's an opportunity there that's maybe hidden, or an idea that maybe would be easily to dismiss, because as you said, no matter, it sounds in theory like we got a bunch of seconds and a bunch of engines, but you only have so much time, right? So no matter what, you have to choose where to put most of your resources, you were saying. So is this maybe one of those sort of traps where Magnus is a little more prepared for an idea, despite it looking like White's a little better?
Yeah, I think what you mentioned is interesting, that there are a lot of seconds, but the decision is made solely by the player.
Right.
Magnus, he might get all these ideas in seconds telling you this is interesting, telling him this is interesting, this one I've analyzed and it looks good, but he needs to be comfortable with the position, and he needs to decide that this is what he likes. And I feel like maybe this type of position appealed to him because although Black is potentially under a lot of positional pressure, Black also has something to look forward to positionally. White has weaknesses. The b4 square, potentially the d4 square, and somewhat split pawns because White plays c4, which was an ambitious move, but also a slightly positionally damaging move. And if Black were to get an extra move here and play a5, Black could start to clamp down a bit on those squares. I'm not sure if a5 is the right idea because it also is a potential weakness, right? Pawn a5 can be targeted.
Right.
But there is positional opportunity for White. And I'm kind of attracted to a move which maybe isn't so good for White, but it has an attractive idea for me at least, which is for White to play a5. The bishop comes to a4. It's sort of saying your last move, okay, it stopped my ideas, but I have some other ideas, which is bishop a4, a pin, maybe b4, b5, and try to create a passed a pawn potentially one day. So yeah, it's a super positionally tense situation right now. Both sides have a lot of options, but the good news for Magnus is it seems like he has again, for the third time, prepared a bit more deeply than Jan has.
Fascinating, because just a moment ago we felt differently. Let's head back to the Batcave here and show again that the move we were kind of thinking was going to happen was bishop takes c4. It feels so much more natural, and it was all the tactics we're highlighting on f7 with queen b3 and the looseness. Jan playing the move that uniquely shows some prep, but Robert, you were saying it looked like from Jan's body language and what we're seeing now, the effort was going to be put into other moves here besides knight to c6. I don't know what those other moves were. What do you speculate they might have been besides knight c6? Because now that it's on the board by Magnus, as awkward as it was, the pony dance, looks pretty good for Black.
Yeah, and I think something that's important to note is c5 is a move that Black wants to play. Bishop a5
right.
is a really annoying move to face because your queen can't go to d7 with knight b6 available at some point. I guess you actually technically sort of can for the moment, but it's very awkward. Your pieces get tangled. So I think that it's a tricky position, but very importantly, knight takes c4 means that d5 is not going to happen. And you are removing one of the main ideas for Black from the position. And if you can't play d5, you're a bit cramped. You look at the position here, the bishop on b3 is better than its counterpart on b7 because the bishop on b7 stares into a protected pawn on e4. The bishop on b3 is, again, heading towards the king side all the way to f7 for a potential attack. So the knight on e7, that blocks all of Black's pieces. So knight c6 does make a lot of sense. Going over to g6 is actually heading away from where the action is taking place. There's no attack in this position. It's more of a positional bind happening on the queen side. So knight c6 does make a lot of sense. And so did Jan's follow-up. With
rook c1 is now on the board.
It's a semi-open file. Your rook likes to have good room to work with. And it's also just passes it back to Magnus. You know, the a5 move that I mentioned was the first idea that I was thinking of. At some point, perhaps play bishop a6 to take over the b4 square. But I was concerned that if Black plays a5, you can't really move your rook very easily from a8, and you can't move your knight for the same reason. The pawn on a5 is loose, which means you're not getting c5 in at any point. If you could just put that pawn on c5, then Black would be much happier in this position. But you have limited space, and your pieces are quite restricted from Black's point of view. I think White has much more dynamic chances.
Bobby, your thoughts? Do you think a5 is still an option for Black here?
Yeah, I'm a bit worried, like Robert mentioned, that after that the pawn will eventually become weak. And for example, a move like bishop c3 and queen d2, it might be difficult to find a way to defend that pawn. So I don't expect a5, but rook c1 opened up a threat for White. It's a move with a clear idea. The idea is knight a5, and then Black will be obligated to capture. Let's
make
just
some move to show everybody what might be coming.
This would be very difficult to deal with because now you have to play rook c8 to defend that pawn. We can potentially, well, there's bishop takes f7 here concretely, so this is just bad. This is losing for black.
So you have to play rook e7,
which is super awkward.
Yeah.
But in any case, black has to deal with this threat. I think queen d7 is a very natural way of dealing with it, because now after knight a5, black can take and play c5, so that takes the bite entirely out of this idea and passes the onus back on white on finding some sort of threat. It's clear that black is in a slightly reactive mode at the moment.
Right.
Black is the one who's dealing with white's initiative, but there's some long-term potential. I think that's the main thing. But of course, white is slightly for choice here. And queen d7, I know I'm kind of keep going back to this the same idea, but it does really invite a5 again and bishop a4 because now it's a triple pin.
I love that idea. And I think one thing we should highlight is that a5 for black and the line you talked about cannot be followed up quickly with a move like knight b4 because of tactics involving knight takes a5, immediately removing the defender and hitting the bishop. And
yeah, exactly.
It's important because if black could get knight b4 and then, to Robert's point, c5 to follow up, that would be a very good clamp to have established, right? So the fact that knight b4 doesn't work for tactical reasons is important.
There's one sort of funny thing here. After bishop c3 in that variation, that we're talking about how the a5 pawn is loose. Sometimes, not obviously in this position, but black plays like queen b8, queen a7, and it's a move that looks very strange because you're moving your queen over to the wing where it's not fighting for the center. But on a7, it actually does compete for the d4 square. And very importantly in this position, like white needs to find a breakthrough. So d4 is a tough one to make work for white in many positions because e4 becomes loose. And I don't really like the notion of having my queen on a7, but then it's like, well, what is white doing after that? Because it's awkward placement, but it's not like white can put more pressure on the a5 pawn. And so you're, again, passing it back, saying you have to find your next idea.
Yeah, I think it's funny you said not in this position, but I think specifically in this position.
The more you talked about it, the more I was like, is this a move?
Black probably has to play queen b8 here to deal with that threat. I don't know if this is a good outcome for black, but it's not easy to...
It looks interesting to me.
The bar says, hey, go for it. And actually knight f6 to d7 to c5, you're going to wrap that knight around at some point. You are moving many of your pieces away from your king, so you have to keep a lookout, especially in the f7 square. But yeah, that's what I was aiming for, just trying to stop white in his tracks, and then for black, I can still maneuver my other pieces.
Yeah, it's actually a sensible option. It's a bit risky and a bit committal, so I don't know if it's easy to decide upon that, but it's possible for sure. I actually just wanted to continue the line I mentioned before a little bit with queen d7, because I think it's a very natural move. I don't know if it's the best one, but if white were to play a5, the downside of this move is that black might actually play knight a7. And you're thinking, oh, you move this knight from b8 to c6 to e7 to c6 to a7. What are you doing? But you're reacting to white's threats. If bishop a4, now you're happy to play bishop. I'm not really sure bishop c6 or knight b5, but both moves are possible, and it's nice to trade off some pieces because white has significant positional risk here. The pawn on a5, the pawn on b2, this is a very serious backwards pawn on an open file. So if black were to take that file with rook b8, eventually rook b5, you notice that white could come under some positional pressure.
Yeah, that's kind of a typical idea for black in any of these Spanish games where white's pawn makes it all the way to a5, the rook lift to b5. So
did you see Magnus's body language there?
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a back spasm or he just is not happy.
I have a catalog, as you know, of Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura's facial expressions and body language. That was new. I'm gonna make a note.
I think maybe he heard some noise because the glass box doesn't, I think, filter out 100% of noise. It sounded like he was disturbed by.
So he looked to the side and he's like, "Yo, what are you doing? I'm thinking here. Yo, I'm walking here."
But that actually it's really bad if you can't hear, especially when it's pure silence to that point and you're really focused, because the lines we're looking at, you know that Magnus is looking through some of these, trying to figure it out, and especially this, a5, queen b8, queen a7. It's committal to the queen side. It's awkward, but it seems justified.
Yeah.
And as soon as you hear something, now your focus is thrown off, and you have to get right back into it, and that's very difficult.
Let me, though, the other view of that, though, is the fact that you're in a distractible place might mean you're already initially a little frustrated to begin with. I mean, we were talking about Jan's pausing, but Magnus has now been on the clock for some time, and he doesn't have a move yet against rook to c1. So is he recalling prep? But based on, you know what I'm saying, right? We always talk about that. Like, you know, your mindset might already be in a place where you're a little bit frustrated and easily distracted.
Yeah, I think I was a bit premature in saying that Jan was not fully in his prep and that Magnus was better prepared. Although he took some time on his last move, I still feel like he knows the position pretty decently. And it looks like, I mean, Magnus, I don't know, again, reading into facial expressions is not always...
It's more my job.
Yeah, I'm not very good at it, and it's maybe not the easiest thing to do. But he doesn't look entirely happy at the moment.
Yeah.
It looks a bit uncomfortable.
And as I look at the position, and in addition to how he looks, it is an uncomfortable position for Black, especially considering how he fared in game 1 and 2. Not the result, but the types of position. In game 1, there was a lot of flexibility on his side. In game 2, at the start, you know, he was the one pushing forward. He sacrificed a pawn, and then of course he made a mistake. But the start of the game, the initial positions right out of the opening, were ones that he felt comfortable in. He had many different options. And here it's like, where does Black get activity from? Usually you play d5, but that was the whole thing with knight takes c4. d5 is very hard to punch through because the e5 pawn is attacked by the knight on c4, the knight on f3, and also the rook on e1 after e takes d5. So if you can't play d5, you're sort of sitting and waiting. As Fabian said, you're reacting to many of White's moves. And that's not a good place to be in because maybe the objective evaluation says you're all right. But as chess players, we want to strike at some point. We don't just want to sit and be like, all right, if my opponent does this, I do this. We want to say, well, if I do this, now my opponent has to think about the consequences of his next move because then I'm really going for something. So I don't know what Magnus will eventually choose. What other move candidates are there? We talked about g6 earlier just to get the bishop to g7. I don't think in this position it really calls for it because the bishop on f8, even though it's staring into its own pawn on d6, if you're able to get the move d5 in, the b4 square is so vulnerable here, and that's one you want to take advantage of because there's no c-pawn. The pawns are in a4. Pawns don't go backwards.
To your point, g6 also feels a little unnecessary compared to a traditional position for the knight on g3, right? you talk about the pawn on g6, 3 squares away from the knight, dominating the horse. So but you're right. It's interesting in terms of what move to suggest. Quick note, because we will have her on as usual, Ho Yifan. 12 bishop d2, if we go back to the Batcave, was played by Yifan back in 2009, and she won that game. So we'll definitely ask her a little bit about this position. It means she knows this line, and it'll be interesting to see if she can recall any of her own prep, given that we know bishop d2 is kind of a rare idea, or at least it hasn't been popular in the most recent chess theory. So just quick note for the fans that we will definitely be asking Yifan about this line later today.
Yeah,
right.
I think in the current position, like when we're discussing Black's options, it looks like Black has a lot of options, but I don't think that's the case. There's a move like g6 or rook b8 we tried earlier. White has a really serious threat here. Knight a5 is a huge threat. G6, we can already talk about White, potentially being close to winning if Black were to make a move like that, because knight a5 is so difficult to deal with after that. So Black's options are limited. We mentioned a5. That deals with the threat, obviously. Queen d7 sort of prepares against the idea of knight a5. But I don't see other very sensible moves.
I mean, I kind of like Robert's idea of sliding the queen over.
Yeah, that's definitely an option. I mean, it's a very logical one to play a5 because you prepare for the future where you're trying to take the b4 square for your own. The problem is Black is really tied down here. I mean, it's not clear what White does, but also not clear what Black's next move is. Maybe, in fact, you want to get rid of that bishop on b7 and try to get it to e6. But you have to bishop c8 to e6. But that's also a bit of a slow plan, and you are concerned with Black that White can do something in the meantime. So I don't know what he'll do, but I know for sure that he's going to react to this idea of knight a5.
One thing is in these knight a5 variations that we keep talking about, which is important because that is a big threat. That rook e7 is the required move, and we should show that one more time.
I'll just show that funny line we had with rook e7.
Yeah, but because we just want to show road turn. Rook c8 doesn't work because bishop takes f7 check.
Yes.
We just want to make sure everyone is fully aware of the sacrifice, followed by queen b3 check. We'll pick up the bishop back on b7 and win a pawn in the process. So that would be very bad news for black. So if rook e7 will be a required move, maybe g6 does make some sense, because if the rook is blocking that bishop and it's doing nothing, a bishop on g7 will make it more likely that black can play d5 at some point. So that's one of the reasons why g6 came to mind. Is I understand that knight a5, it doesn't look pleasant for black, but if I'm going to be forced into rook e7, having g6 in the picture does seem to at least feel a little bit better.
Yeah, and I guess if white tried to continue to bring pressure here, you still couldn't play rook c8, I imagine.
You could actually,
because the rook protects f7.
But you can also make a move like queen to maybe e8.
Because of the pin.
Just some way to make use of that pin, because rather you want to prepare c5 as soon as possible.
Right.
So actually, this is to Robert's point as well, to the point of g6, because let's go back one move. After rook e7, white can maybe...
rook e7. Yeah. The analysis, lots of variations.
White can maybe play knight h4 here.
And that was no g6.
I'm terrified for black, because knight g6 and knight f5 are both on the cards.
Yeah, let's show it.
Yeah, g6 here would be a real blunder. So maybe g6 is a slightly better version, because then you can try to play like king h7 there and stop that knight h4 threat. But in any case, I think black wants to avoid all that stuff.
Interesting. So g6 might actually have some sort of longer term utility than the traditional reasons why we played in the Lopez, as we said, to dominate the knight. So very, very nice.
And d5, you know that's the move that Magnus wants to play. Any player with the black pieces would want to play d5. And if we look just quick back at the live position, you see that black's pieces are all kind of restricted by your own pawns, whereas white has a rook on c1 staring down to c7. We've mentioned time and time again about the knight a5 idea. So black wants ideas, some plans of his own, not just moves. We can all come up with moves to find for black, but what's the idea? Where are the pieces going to be 6 moves from now? Yep. And knight h4 is at some point an option for white. You don't want to do it too soon, because that gives the d4 square to black, and that would be a great square. And then all of a sudden, black's pieces are jumping forward. But in the meantime, a5, queen b8, queen a7, I'm not even saying because I mentioned it before, that at least in my mind gives black some more active play. There are risks associated with it because you're so committal over towards the queen side, but I feel better as black. And that's the problem I often have as a player when I'm sitting at the board, is I want to make moves that leave me with active choices. And Magnus plays a5, and I really do believe, at least emotionally at the board, of course you try to push those emotions down, because chess is an objective game. You can't be subjective in the moment. But if they're about options that you think are objectively around equivalent, I think chess players tend to go for the more active plan. So in the future of this game, I think the queen coming to a7, then you can reroute your pieces in ways that seem to give black purpose in the position, not just purely reacting.
Welcome to class, boys and girls, with Grandmasters Robert Hess and Fabiano Caruana. This might be the most educational show we've had at this point. I just want to say that. You guys are spitting hot fire right now. You look good too.
Thanks, Danny.
Take it in, guys. You're
trying to spit flames and laugh.
It's flying over your head. The accelerated dragon. Here comes Bobby Hess, spitting flames and laughing. There we go. I cannot wait for what happens here. This is going to give us some interesting stuff. If nothing else, even if all our predictions prove true and somehow we have a draw, I think this game is setting the tone for some future games in this match because of the preparation we're seeing, right? Because of the reactions from both players. We're clearly a little bit in the meta here of what we might be seeing ahead. And who knows, maybe this game will surprise us and we will get some decisive chess. So as we said, Grandmaster Robert Hess, Fabiano Caruana, yours truly, Danny Wrench. We're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, plenty more ahead of Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. This. So here's what we're saying. Yes, we can discuss it first game of the 2021 FIDE World Championship. And what better game? Camera lighting and audio. We're going to crush through the top of the show. All right.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
Am I supposed to feel ready? Yeah, but I guess when you prepare for such a major event, you always feel like you could do more. But I guess we are doing some insane amount of work, so I hope we get to be, ready enough.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're an experienced trader or just looking to make your first crypto purchase, Coinbase has you covered. Visit coinbase.com/chess to get $5 in free Bitcoin just for verifying your account today. This. So here's what we're saying. Yes, we would discuss it on. first game of the 2021 FIDE World Championship. And what better be? Camera lighting and audio. We're going to crush through the top of the show. All right.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
Am I supposed to feel ready? Yeah, but I guess when you prepare for such a major event, you always feel like you could do more. But I guess we are doing some insane amount of work, so I hope we got to be, ready enough.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
We are back here with Game 3 of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship, and I want to get back at chat and remind them this is a good time for the next 10 minutes or so we'll be watching for maybe some good questions. We had a great question yesterday that led to insights we might not have got otherwise, and let's remind you, you can get insights from Fabiano Caruana if you play along with our Learn with Fabi contest. All you got to do is solve at least one video lesson of his brand new video series on chess.com that our helpful moderators will share a link to right now. Tweet or Insta proof of this with a screenshot, and you will be registered to win. 10 of you are going to be in a private chess lesson with Fabiano Caruana. If I had a lesson like that as a kid, what could that have done to my chess career, Robert? What would have happened if I had that kind of opportunity? Okay, moving on. What we need to get into here. I feel like I just set you up to dunk on me over and over again. Why do I do it?
Because in this instance, I couldn't do it. You put it out there. It was too easy.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you showing that you can hold back. You know who wasn't holding back when he came back to the board was Magnus Carlsen. It was interesting, but I want to, again, a quick reminder as well, we have our trivia question coming up, and when that happens, you can play along by the first person to quote tweet the answer using the hashtag FWC Trivia. I think you can win if you just quote tweet the correct answer. Today's question is a zinger. Can't wait to see it brought to you by Jonathan Korbla, who is the voice of our new documentary series, Chess, A Reflection of Us. So, all right, back to Magnus, who, as we said, came to the board. He did, those of you saw it at the break, he did a little funny thing with his finger. You know, you ever play a kid who actually calculated with his finger where they point the moves out? I feel like I played this kid locally who always did it just to like irritate his opponent, like point at the board with the moves he was thinking about.
Was that you, but you're now blaming somebody else because we weren't there for the story?
Like one of those where I pretended it was someone else? No.
Yeah. Asking for a friend, right?
Yeah, asking for a friend. Bobby?
Danny, I'm a bit worried for Magnus now because he made a move we didn't expect. He played bishop to c8. We expected queen b8, right? We were talking about that one. So bishop c8. So I was just thinking about this for a second. The question is, what is Black's plan after queen d2? Because obviously he has something in mind against the most obvious move. And the thing I think he wants to do after queen d2.
We're going to analyze it right now, so go ahead. So queen to d2. Go ahead.
I think that he wants to play bishop e6. That's the most logical way. It looks like...
You did mention this idea before the break, though, the relocation of the bishop.
As a general idea, we mentioned it, but here it gets very concrete. And I'm wondering, bishop e6, knight takes a5. We continue with the line where white takes a pawn. Bishop takes b3. Knight takes b3. And now he picks up the a4 pawn. But then I was wondering, what happens after knight a5? Because that rook on a4 is actually, maybe it's not trapped, but it's in danger of being trapped.
Is there queen A? No, queen A that drops the e5 pawn again, right? So if we just show that line, like queen A is trying to be a little fancy, but knight takes c6, queen takes c6, now the rook and the queen are on the same line. So that would definitely not work out very well for black. But you worried me about the rook, so I was trying to find a way to immediately free it.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, I think the idea is after knight a5 that he can take, bishop takes, and maybe now that the move queen a8. Because although you sacrifice a pawn, that bishop on c7 is a bit stranded. And I don't know exactly what black does, but maybe queen b7. There might be some move here to take advantage of that bishop, which finds it hard to get back. But I don't want to say queen b7 directly because there might be a more accurate way of doing it.
But it looks pretty good. You have both these threats.
Yeah, the only question is, can white play bishop a5, c3, and consolidate? I don't know, but I guess this is some of the stuff that Magnus was looking at. I say I'm a bit worried for him, but he probably has something in mind here. I mean, when he plays a move and he's thought about it for a while, he's definitely seen deeply into the position. But now it's Jan's time to calculate the consequences of queen d2 or possibly another move.
The position we were just looking at, it's one of those where once you reach it, it becomes much easier to start assessing it. But from afar, as you were saying, it's like, wait, black is down a pawn, but that bishop is stuck. Is it enough compensation? Because if white is able to keep that b2 pawn or push it up the board, that's just an extra pawn. So down the line, that's really scary from Magnus's perspective. But Magnus, he's very good at being down a pawn. And he actually talked about this in his post-game interview in round one, where he was joking a bit. But in all seriousness, I do think that he is okay being down a little bit of material if that means his pieces are active. And we were talking earlier in the game, where I really like some of Jan's choices, is he made sure, and Jan just made a face that I saw on screen, but he was making sure that Magnus couldn't strike with d5. He couldn't get an open position where black's pieces could start flowing and being strong. So I do like the way Jan played, but I also think that Magnus, if he does go down a pawn in that specific manner, that he will be okay there, and he will be able to find the resources necessary. However, it's not going to be that fun to get into that position because white is a healthy pawn ahead, even though black has sufficient compensation.
Yeah, this is a super critical moment because I also see another move which really comes to mind immediately, and that move is d4.
Wow, that would be a way to take advantage of a little bit of lack of development when your opponent undevelops pieces. Typical principle, open the center.
It's a reaction to black's last move because black had sort of latent pressure on that e4 pawn with the bishop on b7, and now that pressure is gone, so e4 is no longer hanging at the end of this line. If
let's take a look at what a concrete line might look like here, because there's a lot of things hanging here, but you have to deal with c6 before you can even think about e4.
Yeah, it feels like maybe it's not the best move, but knight d4 is the most obvious and natural move.
I want it. Can I take this way? Am I allowed?
I think you have to.
Okay, great.
And now black has his own problem with a5 hanging. But it's still double-edged because black has some tactical options. Again, we saw that bishop e6 move. It's sort of a pin. I don't think it works here exactly, or at least it's very dangerous looking.
Yeah, because it looks like you're just losing the pawn now that my queen guards a4, no?
Well, no, but here there's c5.
Ah, okay. A little tempy.
And a lot of stuff is hanging, right? a5, you can defend that, but e4 and a4 are also potentially hanging, so this probably works out for black.
Okay.
But I was actually thinking bishop takes a5 might be super dangerous instead, because bishop c4, queen c4, rook a7, but maybe the f7 pawn doesn't matter so much. Queen f7, king h8, and that's the end of this attack. The knight on f6 really holds everything together, make sure that black doesn't get embarrassed.
It almost feels like I just want to keep going here, but you're right. Probably the material is just enough for black. So
yeah, once you see the position, you're like, okay, that doesn't look as scary as it did in my head. But it is interesting. d4, that definitely has merit, and it's a move that you have to be prepared for when you play bishop c8. And if you push this pawn to d4, sometimes black says, I can keep the tension. That is favorable to black often, but here I don't think you can, because bishop g4, looking to pin the knight on f3, Then you have to calculate d takes e5, and as you see here, the position is clearly growing for white because you can't maintain the pin.
Yeah.
If d takes e5, you think, well, the knight on f3, that can't move, but once the queen trade happens, then e5 falls, a5 is next, everything is falling apart for black.
Yep, my pleasant choices here, but probably just taking e5 is just delicioso, Dora. So.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is actually, I like bishop c8 because it gives white a difficult choice, assuming that bishop c8 is not a bad move or anything.
Right.
But if we assume that bishop c8 is a decent move, then it also gives white a tough choice. Queen d8, d4, and also white has other moves which are very sensible. But black has a very concrete plan, and black isn't, maneuvering around too much. After bishop e6, let's say queen d7 next.
So
rook.
Which line first?
Like let's say h3.
Okay.
If white were to play some semi-useful moves, bishop to e6.
Okay.
And I don't know. Let's say queen to d2.
Yeah, let's bring back the analysis board here. And?
Yeah, if white were to make some kind of semi-useful moves, black can just play queen d7. And rook e to b8 is coming, so all of black's pieces are suddenly perfectly placed. Also to put pressure.
We have liftoff, though.
He played d4, which...
d4, knock on the door.
Which is a move you sort of have to play. If your opponent is playing bishop back
undeveloping
to c8,
pieces.
yeah, they're setting the pieces up for the next game.
Yeah.
Well, now's the time to strike in the center.
Right.
And Magnus, we were just speaking about, he has to take on d4. I don't really see another option. Yeah. And because of that c5 tactic you mentioned, where whatever captured in a5 could be a bit loose, the e4 pawn needs defending, it seems like his position can be held together, but it's kind of tough stitching.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the next few moves are extremely logical, maybe even close to forced. Black really should take on d4 because if white gets a chance either to take on e5 or to play d5, bad stuff is happening to black.
Well, if d5 comes, a5 is just...
It's just falling.
Gone.
So black pretty much has to take on d4.
Okay, let's look at it. So e takes d4.
Yeah. Knight takes d4 is obligatory.
Knight
Here I was
d4.
thinking it's not 100% obligatory because there are some moves like bishop to d7, but they probably don't work out so great. And knight takes d4 is a more logical move.
And to clarify earlier, the reason Fabi said I had to take with the queen is because e4 is hanging. So white needs to take with the queen here, not the bishop.
And now
bishop e6, as you said.
Black has to deal with the a5 pawn, and he doesn't want to play c5 immediately because it's a very weakening move. He creates a lot of holes and also an outpost for white's knight on c4. So bishop e6 looks like a good move. We might see this fairly quickly because it's very close to being forced.
Yeah, we'll just stay right here in the analysis board because the live position, if I had to guess, is about to catch up with us. E takes d4 has been played by Magnus Carlsen, as you can see. The moment Jan returns to the board, he can't sit still this match. I feel like every time he moves, he gets up.
Well, that's the funny thing. They move relatively quickly, but they also spend a lot of time away from the board. So maybe we won't get this position so quickly because they're not at the board.
We won't get to our analysis position so quickly. You're right.
But yeah, the question is, what does white do here? I think a move like rook c to d1 comes to mind. You just want to put all your pieces in the center. Potentially eye that queen on d8, latently with a rook on d1.
Rook d1 feels good. It also feels like a position where white could play one of those sort of high-class waiting moves. Like, I don't know that h3 or something is good, but I kind of feel like, what is black doing next? Am I wrong? Is there a clear move next for black? Is it d5?
Danny, are you saying that rook c to d1 is not a high-class waiting move?
It's such a good move because it stops d5. I just wanted to say, like, it feels like white has control over the game. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, that's for sure. He could play a move like h3. He has freedom.
All your moves are high class.
Thanks, Danny.
But now all of them are waiting. So.
But all of them are waiting moves, exactly. So all right.
But in this position that we keep talking about, and this is about to happen.
Yeah.
One of the ideas that black would like to do is the knight on f6. It does attack e4, but maybe it could be better played. So sometimes you reroute the knight d7, go to c5 or e5, depending on what happens here, because this.
We'll go with Fabi's move and then your move.
Well, and so you look at the position, and you have to watch out for a5. So that was the point I was going to make. But when you ask what is black's plans, knight d7 would be a good move to play, and maybe it is possible here, but a5 is hanging. So at some point, black would like to reroute the knight because it's not doing as much as it can.
But tactically, it feels super dangerous, right? Suddenly the bishop being loose here with the pressure of the e6.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about this generally.
Yeah.
Because knight takes a5, maybe c5, black holds it together. But I'm a bit worried about abandoning the king side, just as a general principle. Because let's say white were to play bishop c2, and that bishop well, not just that bishop, but white's 2 bishops and the queen are all eyeing black's kingside. And let's say black were to make a move, which is probably not very good, like c5, attacking the queen. Now after queen d3, well, obviously d6 is hanging, but also e5 is an option. And that's a mate threat on h7. So black also has to be a bit wary about chasing this bishop away from b3, because on c2 it might provide an even more useful function of a direct attack.
Okay.
We have
Well,
seen the trade.
Huh?
We've seen the trade on d4 now.
e4, knight d4. We have seen 2 more moves. We are in the position we were analyzing. That always feels good, right? When it follows the line you were anticipating. Bishop e6 is the only thing we've looked at so far in this position. Is there something else possible?
Nothing very obvious. We mentioned c5 as not a very...
No,
well,
I won't even... Magnus plays it before our very eyes, so we'll just keep it.
Yeah, c5 is too committal, right? You protect a5 initially, but then d6 becomes a permanent weakness and all the light squares. So, of course, bishop e6 makes sense. And rook c to d1, that's a logical move. I wonder where Magnus sees the future of his pieces, because as we were just talking about, if you move the knight from f6, which is an idea you sometimes want to orchestrate, you're abandoning your king side. If you move your queen away from d8, let's say over to b8, like we were talking about earlier, you're also abandoning your king side. So you can't really play on the queen side in an easy manner, because white always has something to take advantage of if you're moving your pieces away.
Well, I think Fabi's rook cd1 is the most likely thing to be played. By the way, welcome Magnus to the studio here in chess.com headquarters. Hey, buddy. How you doing? Sitting right there next to Fabi. But okay, let's keep analyzing. Rook cd1.
I like rook c to d1 as a general move. It's definitely a useful move. I don't think I would play this move, but as an idea, we mentioned bishop c2 before when black's knight leaves the king side. But even instead of rook c d1, it makes sense to me.
Right now.
Because it directly threatens knight takes a5. It basically protects e4 so that after c5, white can just drop back queen d2 and white won a pawn. The thing is, it's probably not as useful as rook cd1. Rook cd1 is a move which definitely has a good use. And since Ian is a relatively quick player, he might play this pretty quickly, because it can't be a bad move.
We should quickly ask chat, how quickly will Ian move here? In less than 30 seconds? Vote. Vote on chat. How soon will we see a move from Ian Nepomniachtchi in this moment?
Well, Ian made a face, like he scrunched up his face a bit like he was surprised. So I don't know if he was expecting something else, or maybe he just thought that this isn't possible because of knight takes a5. But in any case, I think that he will quickly realize that bishop e6 was the best move. And he'll come to some sort of decision. Rook cd1 is a very likely option, of course.
Well, let's bring back our analysis here to remind everybody why knight takes a5 is not the thing, because that was actually one of the first things we looked at when we first were anticipating this line.
Start with c5.
Oh, sorry, c5 first. I was going to play it next, but you got to play it first to gain a tempo and unleash the queen and rook on a5.
And one of the important things, so if you actually go through bishop takes b3 instead of c5, after knight takes b3 and say, oh, I want to play c5 now, your queen has to move,
now I have
a4
c4,
pawn. You have the c4 square. So you always need to think about how trades impact the position, and here it gives white the c4 square, which you don't want all the queen to sit there, it protects both pawns.
Right. So c5 would force the queen back to d2, because as we said, the queen and rook have been unleashed together, and now when the exchange happens, a4 falls, and black is probably actually just...
Or e4 as well.
Or e4, yeah, which is better, who knows, e4 might be
Black is already starting to get an advantage, because white's pawns are falling like flies. Knight e4 and a4 is going to fall pretty much next move. So definitely not what Ian will go for. The thing is, like I mentioned bishop c2, but that move can, like the threat of knight takes a5 can be met by even c6, for example. Black has ways to defend that pawn, so it's not clear if bishop c2... I'm wondering if rook cd1 also sort of puts some pressure on d6, so it discourages black from moving that pawn. But even after rook cd1, c6 is an option, and maybe not... it looks a bit like a strange move, but it's maybe not a terrible option, because black is just preparing d5 so that he can put as many defenders as possible on that square and maybe take back with the pawn.
But apparently I was wrong. The one time I asked chat to guess how quickly Ian will move, he is already about 3 minutes into his thing. So sorry, chat, jebaited. How's that? How's that for wasting your time on a poll? But just kidding. Over the last few minutes, there have been some good questions. Shout out to my team, moderators and staff, kind of gathering them. We'll try to get one good question for Fabiano at some point, and appreciate all the positivity today. Go ahead, Robert.
You could see Jan calculating, and this is like you see his eyes darting back and forth.
Yep.
But they're clustered where he's looking at, and it's a position where you know he's looking at rook c to d1. You know he's thinking about c pawn moves for black, c6 or c5, and it's all happening in that area. But that's what can be really tricky about positions like this. People often think tactical positions, those are scary, those require a lot of effort. But in fact, the positions where there are so many different moves that all look pretty decent, trying to find which one is best, because at this level, whether you're Jan, whether you're Magnus, you just make that one mistake in a position like this, it goes to allows Magnus to make an easy draw. And Jan is now...
I was about to say, Jan is he tired? I'm the one who's waking up at 3 a.m., buddy.
He's just flexing that chess.com logo. I saw
Jan is taking
that was a close-up orchestrated by chess.com, scripted.
I actually just noticed it.
That's funny.
He didn't like the shout out.
He didn't like that. Didn't like that shout out.
Jan knows the value of taking micro naps.
Jan,
especially during a game.
He looks like a guy who appreciates a good siesta. You know what I'm saying? A little afternoon nap.
But I'm still looking at this position and trying to figure it out, because rook c to d1, we keep focusing on that move. Bishop c2 also looks interesting. But this c6 move for black, that could be extremely important, because as the position currently stands, the knight on c4 can't move, or at least it can't move not to d2 or a5, because the bishop on b3 is lost. So c6 weakens the d6 square, but you can't capture that pawn on d6 without losing your bishop on b3. So c6 being an option, and then to push d5, that may be just what Magnus needs, not to get full equality, but to at least cause white some problems. That it's a slight advantage for white, it would seem to be the case, not regardless of the moves, but in many different variations. So c6, d5, black's pawns, still a bit vulnerable, still potentially weak, but that bishop on c3, to me, that's the most annoying piece from black's perspective, because it covers b2. That's a semi-open file, and as you pointed out, it goes towards the black king. So if I could get my knight to d5 and consider trying to either trade on c3 or take over the b4 square, for black, that is, the knight, getting the knight on d5.
I thought I was going for checkmate. If I get my white knight, which is actually not an realistic possibility at some point.
It takes a while, but I was just saying, if black plays c6 and d5, capture with the knight, all of a sudden you're getting rid of white's probably most important piece in this position, because the bishop attacks the king side, attacks a5, stabilizes the b file all at once. So that would be the dream come true for Magnus. I was talking about the knight going to d7, but I would much prefer it to be on d5.
So to build a bit on what Robert just said, I cheated a bit. I saw what the Twitch chat is saying, and I saw. I'm reading the
Bobby,
Twitch chat.
we're changing you. We're slowly
for the worse.
Oh man, what are you doing? Stop it! Don't go ahead.
I saw what one person said, which is that a strong computer, and we don't have access to a computer here, but a strong computer is mentioning the move queen to d3. And first I was thinking, that's a super strange looking move, right? But then I realized the idea is, in case black were to play something like c6, like we were mentioning that idea, white can play bishop takes f6. It's a very concrete.
I was going to quickly show it,
then
you get out of the way, so now you can go after the pawns, because the queen taking, right? Oh, or wait.
If queen takes, then there is knight b6.
Oh, knight b6.
This might not really work out in the concrete variations. It might just be equal after rook b8, because black also takes b2. But maybe there are some ideas like this.
I just want to give you some quick advice. It's not about chess, don't worry. Never listen to chat. Ever.
Never look at chat. Oh man.
When chat talks, this is what you do. What Jan do right there. Close your eyes.
Close your eyes.
Close your ears.
It almost feels like nothing's changed at all.
It's also possible that chat was just trolling me, and queen d3 is actually not mentioned by any engine.
Which is another reason you never read chat. You made it, Fabi. Welcome. Welcome to the big show. Jan is looking...
Great song, by the way.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Robert and I have like our own little side bets always going on every show. First Pompeii reference you didn't see coming. Shout out to Bastille.
You see how upset I made everybody?
That's what we do. We love you, chat. We've got
who's we?
We just crossed 40,000 on Twitch for the first time today. We just crossed about 11,000 on YouTube for the first time today. We expect a lot more of you to continue to roll in. The 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship, we be crushing. Okay. Jan is, wow, I really jinxed this. Jan has moved faster than this all day, and he sat at the board. I said, how quickly will he move? And this is his longest thing so far.
But I think that's a really good sign.
Okay, okay.
Because Jan has, in the past, moved too quickly in critical moments. He recognizes how big of a moment this is, because either he can maintain the pressure on Magnus, or Magnus is like 2 moves away from fully neutralizing White's initiative. So this is a very critical moment, and not just for the results of the game, but for how the tenor of the match will be played. You don't want to let Magnus slip without forcing him to defend, and just show him that I can beat you. And Magnus knows that Jan can beat him. He's a winning record against him, head-to-head in the past. But a match is so different, because what has Magnus been doing for the last bunch of months, whenever the candidates ended? Ian Nepomniachtchi playing that guy in November, December. So the focus is different, the format is different, and so for Jan, if it's a clean slate, you have to prove yourself right here and now. The past is kind of irrelevant.
Let's try to anticipate the most concrete line. Great points, Robert. I'm sorry, I started doing that weird thing I do sometimes where I think about chess. Let's actually. So Fabi, give us what you're anticipating now. I know I can see you're just spinning over there whether Queen D3 really is a good move, whether you were trolled by chat, but what are you anticipating as the most concrete line y'all might go for here?
I mean, Rook CD1 is such a natural move.
Just feels good, right?
That it just feels right. But he's obviously getting deep into the position, deeper than we can really get. And he's going to figure out the details better than we are. So it's not clear if Rook CD1 is just a natural move or if there's something better.
What about the other move you were mentioning before, the voluntary Bishop C2?
Yeah, Bishop C2 is interesting, but I do feel like Black can comfortably play C6 here. And
guarding the pawn for the record.
Or perhaps there's a better move. But Bishop C2 is also a bit of an artificial move, right? You're also sort of leaving your C4 knight a little bit loose. I didn't see the downside after Bishop C2 if Black were to play C5. White plays Queen D3. I didn't really see the downside of loosening.
This was a fun line, yeah.
So I don't think Black should play C5. But the question is White really threatening A5 so much? Because it also does offset the knight a bit, so maybe Black has some ways to tactically solve issues.
I've been thinking about D5 after Bishop C2. Like, as soon as your bishop leaves that diagonal, I feel even more inclined to play D5. And the point is, I want to get rid of this bishop on C3. There may be some tactical opportunities available to Black, and the A pawn for White isn't exactly the safest pawn. The B pawn isn't that, it's defended for now, but if I get my knight to D5, maybe I can collapse in a queen trade. Like if E takes D5, queen takes D5, that forces the queens off the board with the knight on C4 being loose.
Yeah, I think that this is a great point. And to just go with the line for one move more, if bishop takes A5, if White were to try to capture that pawn, then that knight can move. And
I mean,
not exactly clear where it moves. It could go to F6, for example. Because
anywhere unleashes the bishop, who attacks the knight, who defends the bishop, who swallowed the fly, all that stuff. So this is problematic.
So yeah, White is maybe White still makes a draw here, but definitely not an advantage.
Okay, but
so I think you're right actually that this D5 is equalizing, and this is the reason why White shouldn't play Bishop C2.
And maybe I should have said this out loud, because we keep talking about Rook C to D1, and we're all sort of in the same vein, saying that's the natural move, that looks like the best move.
Exactly.
But D5, I was making the point earlier, I should have just been direct. If I can just make sure that I get D5 and start trading pieces, and I don't lose A5, then I feel like Black is just completely okay. So as soon as I can punch through D5, I want to. C6 helps protect that move D5, and if we actually show Rook C to D1, and then put that move D5 on the board,
it doesn't work anymore.
I mean, with the Rook staring down the D file, maybe it does still work.
Yeah, I am wondering.
Wow, maybe
because,
it does.
Because, well, this could be a critical variation. So after D5, White is sort of forced to play E takes D5, because otherwise Black plays C5 and just rolls down the center.
Yeah, that's actually really important to show that if you,
I
don't know what else you would do, but
there's knight takes A5 or knight E5 or various knight moves, but then Black just rolls down the center, so you don't want that at all for White.
Okay, so not that, so you got to take.
So E D5, and now Queen D5 is a forced move. because black needs to trade queens in this position. And I don't see something very obviously bad. Like we noted the rooks in the center, but white has these awkward pieces on the queen side. The bishop on b3 and knight on c4 are pinned, and that pin is very relevant. And in an endgame, like queen takes d5,
I was just going to say, though, I want to play a move like this or something, right?
Yeah.
I want to slide the queen over.
Yeah, queen f4 is very critical.
Yeah.
But maybe I'll just keep chasing you with that queen g5, for example. Just keep...
You know what? I want to get greedy up in this. I can't do it, but I want it.
Danny, if you get greedy, you're going to lose this game.
Really?
I don't think that you should take on...
Yesser says greed is my best friend. Show me. I mean, I know. I want you to do it.
Rook... Which rook to c8?
Well, they might allow queen b6. Oh, then the rook.
Yeah, this one. Okay, that
yeah,
one.
yeah.
All right, fine. I answered my own question.
So white probably will trade queens one way or another because black can bully that queen trade. And then the question is, well, white really can't grab the pawn on a5 without also losing the pawn on a4. So maybe black equalizes or gets very close to equality in this manner.
Some fancy variation like this, and we are headed for the type of position we keep anticipating all along, right? This is pressure, right? It's interesting, but a lot of these variations just continue to simplify themselves out.
And that's the thing. I mean, we have the eval bar off to the side. The players are not thinking like this. Oh, it's 0.4, half a pawn.
Pretty sure what's going through Jan's head right now is Robert Hess is talking about the eval bar.
Exactly. But it is a moment where if he can sustain some pressure, he would love to do that because it feels bad, man, when you allow your opponent 20 moves in the game to like completely equalize, and that's the case in the event of bishop c2, d5, as we were looking at. Even in rook d1, d5, it seems like somehow, despite awkward play, despite being uncomfortable, as Magnus looked earlier, that he's finding his way out of the stage, and at least it's much clearer, right? Before, there's like, what am I doing? Where am I going to maneuver? And now Magnus's pieces have all found reasonable squares. The bishop on f8 is protecting g7 so that the knight can move. The bishop on e6 is challenging the bishop on b3 and the knight on c4. The rook on e8 has pressure on the e4 pawn. The rook on a8 covers a5. All of black's pieces have become harmonious. They're working together pretty well. And if I can punch through d5, then I think you solve pretty much all your problems.
Yeah, I'm starting to get the feeling that maybe Magnus just is prepared. Like he's been taking his time, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't know the position. He could just be reconfirming the variations that he knows and going through them just to understand them over the board. He's still playing relatively quickly, and I think he's playing pretty good moves, possibly just the best moves. It kind of feels like it might still be Magnus in preparation here.
Well, you've said before that there are two different types of how you're remembering preparation, right? There's like concrete variations, and then there's being confident that the ideas of this position are X, Y, Z, and you at the board you're sort of piecing together, the proper way to execute on it. But so maybe he was thinking, maybe he had to take a second to pause. Was this the right idea? Bishop c8, bishop e6 here. Yes, I remember, right? But it does seem that way, right? The combination of how quickly he played knight c6, which is an awkward move to play unless you know it, and then yes, he took his time, but bishop c8, bishop e6. How are you stopping d5 here? d5's coming.
I think a5 was a very difficult move to play because you put your pawn there, it's a permanent target.
Yep.
So once he figured out that he could safely play a5 and then reroute the bishop in the manner that he did, then he probably felt more comfortable. But you don't make that move a5 if you haven't really been diving deep. We can suggest the move, but we can always take it back. We're commentating. But as a player, you play that move a5 and you're like, oh, that's a permanent target that I'm not going to be able to defend very well. I have to use all my resources to defend it. That's how things get out of hand. So I think Magnus's time usage was well spent. And so out of the opening, I did like Jan's choice, but it seems like Magnus has found a way to pretty much neutralize any advantage that Jan could really hope for, as long as he gets that d5 move in, which it seems like that's almost pre-movable.
All right, well, and I guess I also curse the fast pace that we've been running at here by thinking that Jan was about to engage in another quick move. No, and in fact, he has settled in for a long Dubai nap right now, and we're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, we have the four-time women's world champion, Hoi Fan, who has played this variation as white, so can't wait to see how much she remembers that game, knowing that she's been busy with some other things over the last couple of years, but we will ask her about this line. Trivia is coming right up, your chance to win a one-year Diamond membership, and so much more on our Round 3 coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship on chess.com. brought to you by Coinbase.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Korbla, coming to you from Expo 2020 here in Dubai. I have a trivia question for you. If Magnus Carlsen successfully defends his World Championship title, he will have won 5 World Championship matches, one short of the record. Which 2 world champions hold the record with 6 World Championship titles?
We are back with our coverage of round 3 of the FIDE World Chess Championship here. And right on cue as we return with Ho Yifan, 4-time women's world champion, we have a move on the board. So where to go? Normally we started with some casual small talk. I think we might need to dive right into the live position, Yifan, if that's okay with you, and your thoughts on Jan's last move, H3.
Yeah, definitely. Because actually during our last break time, I found that Nepo just played this move H3, which I thought is actually making sense because, to be honest, most of the white pieces are kind of in the best squares, but some it was kind of like frozen in the center. To be honest, I didn't see exactly like which piece white could still improve. But in the meantime, it seems like it's hard for black to clarify the position at once because he got this long-term weakness on A5, right? Like the pawn structure should be slightly in favor of white, and also this diagonal from C3 to G7, like also in white's favor. But the question is like, you know, what should be the plan for black to develop? Whether it's maybe D5 or, well, knight D7, knight C5. I mean, black needs to decide like which direction to go.
For sure, it's what we were discussing, Yifan. And I mean, I just want to ask you about the position itself in the game. Like, you actually had a game in this very variation, right? When you played in the World Championship.
Yep.
Right? Or was it? No, it wasn't the World Championship, but it was. You played
it
Bishop
was in
D2.
the Grand Prix in 2009. You played the move 12 Bishop D2 here.
Yeah, actually, you know, I simply didn't like remember clearly about this game, but I've also received a short notice from our producer say like, okay, you know, you got game exactly the same position, 12 Bishop D2. So I quickly go back to my database and found this game. And to be honest, I have no deep impression about this game. It was just played in some, let's say, I think it was some invitational event. Yeah, but I remember I was trying to recall how I made this move, whether it's some preparation or just a random move that I figure out, okay, definitely should be a random move. So I don't think we have much to tell. Maybe just a
apparently it was a random move, but maybe a strong one no less, because now more than 10 years later, with deep computers and preparation, they're still saying that it might be one of white's best tries here with this kind of interesting development to control the A5 square, and of course everything we saw after it. So, okay, we'll let you off the hook on the game you played, but as we talk about what you've seen from the challenger here in Game 3, now with 2 draws in the books, is well, it's hard to say now, but it seems like Jan was, at least for a while, pulling on his preparation, seems to be doing okay. How do you feel about what Jan got out of the first stage in this game compared to the other two?
Well, I thought he definitely got a good, let's say, position right after the opening. I felt like white is actually having a very comfortable setup. To be honest, so let's imagine if we face a Spanish. I mean, it could be like a Marshall, it could be like anti-Marshall, and we got such a position. I guess most of the players with white pieces should be happy because there will be some wild and dynamic real play. So what we might hope for more, but the point is still like, you know, what's next? I mean, happy doesn't equals to a win or convert to a win, right? So it's too early to say anything, but I just feel like all looks natural for white, but also the maneuver of this bishop from the world champion also looks great, because otherwise maybe it will be even worse.
Yeah, it definitely was well played by him to get the bishop to E6, and he spent a bunch of time thinking about the move A5, the move directly before that, because it was such a committal choice by Magnus. And, well, you just mentioned that it looks pleasant for white. It seemed to us, at least earlier, that Jan had his best day of preparation, and yet he's facing this position now where it's probably slightly better for white, but it doesn't look so clear. So from your experience playing in World Championships, how frustrating is that to get 2 white pieces in the early games and not really have a big advantage despite having the first move?
Uh, okay, it is fine. The first move. Well, in general, I thought it's fine to be honest. I mean, because the match is let's say a long race, right? So we shouldn't be hurry. And due to my own experience, I felt like actually the later half, not only the match but also the game would be decisive. I mean, no matter you got a good opening, you have a fantastic preparation, but let's say in the second half of the game, if you do not make mistakes and you could make use opponents in accurate play, that would be more important than, for example, whether you got a comfortable position in the opening or not. But let's say again, here the match is like the highest level, so I guess the accuracy from the very beginning actually matters more compared to my matches, which actually I felt like the second half definitely play out than the first half of the game, and also of the game. Actually.
You know, I was gonna ask. We've seen. I feel like we've seen more emotive body language from both players today. We even saw what looked like a tired Ian Nepomniachtchi resting his head at the board, and it made me think to ask you. You've played in multiple World Championship matches and how grueling they can be. How much do the players look forward to the rest day? Does it ever affect their choice? And is that part of the challenge to make sure that you keep your energy up? So what are your thoughts on how the players might be feeling as this is the last game before the first rest day?
I remember that in my previous matches, actually there will be a rest day after every 2 games. So that could be an advantage for both players if we're talking about preparation. Why? Because normally 2 games would be 1 white and 1 black, right? So any new opening or any new weapons came from your opponent, actually your team might have at least a rest day to prepare, but not like here. The match will have a rest day normally after 3 games sometimes, right? So that means you would have 2 games to play with the same color. That means your team got less time to prepare. So that's one thing. But if we talk about, let's say, the psychological preference for rest day, to me, I don't think that really matters a lot for me. Okay, a rest day, just prepare a bit, and well, you might feel a bit relaxed, to be honest, because there's nothing, on the schedule that in the afternoon you need to play the game. But apart from this, nothing really special. I mean, sometimes I even hope that I could play more games than to have a rest day, because in that case, the match will finish sooner, which is not a bad thing.
Magnus said the same thing, where he said there are too many rest days, and in the last World Championship. So there are fewer rest days this time around. They have 3 games to start, then finally get a rest day. But Ifan, in this current position that we have here, I mean, Black wants to play d5 at some point, but it seems like Ian played this move h3 and saying to Magnus, if you play d5, you have to watch out for that a5 pawn, because in all these variations, a5 is the loose pawn, but it seems justified to strike with d5.
Yeah, bishop takes a5 in our analysis board. Okay, so if there is no possibility to go the move like c5, I guess that's just a free pawn, right? Could be.
You take on d5 with the queen always, as Black if you like, because once the queens get traded,
you can move the queen away.
You could even maybe play bishop takes d5. It's not out of the question to play in this manner, but now the rooks might get traded and f6 can be captured, so the pawn structure might not be very good for the end.
Yeah.
But knight takes d5 for sure is the.
Yeah. So let's play knight takes d5.
And bishop takes a5. There might be just knight f4 is a possibility, trying to go to d3. Then also bishop takes c4. And then bishop on a5 is loose. Like, there's so many different tactical possibilities here, and it's not and rook to b8. So there's so many options for Black now. And well, Ifan, let me ask you: even though White would be up a pawn in that position, would you rather have White or Black in the lines that we're looking at?
This line, at the moment, after knight f4. Well, that's a difficult question, because to be honest, I was trying to figure out how White should avoid, let's say, material disadvantage.
Yeah.
So I still didn't see the best way, but if not, I mean, there's just some clarification. Let's say half piece for like pawns. That should be like kind of drawish. So I don't know who might play, to be honest. Here, probably I might prefer black after knight f4 because that's more clear. But that's all based and supported by the calculation.
Well, yeah, and we looked at something like this with the queens being traded knight f4, and we were kind of curious whether there was an opportunity for white to keep the queens on the board, but in those lines, it was with the rook on d1, so moving the queen gained a tempo and therefore kind of made some tactical sense at least. You moved the queen to f4, and not that white was getting anything, but here keeping the queens on the board, even though it doesn't gain a tempo, is perhaps also for consideration. And one interesting point about the rook still being on the c file versus the d file is maybe that pays long-term dividends once the smoke clears here, and perhaps that's why Jan played h3 rather than rook d1. But Yvonne, I wanted to go back to a comment you made kind of on the big picture of this is a different type of world championship here with instead of you get one white, you get one black, rest day, and you made a comment that on the rest day, both sides have the equal opportunity to prepare or adjust or improve on the openings they played. I hadn't thought about that until you said that Jan is playing his second white before a rest day, but Magnus will get a rest day before his second opportunity with the first move. And as someone who's prepared, obviously with seconds and prepared for multiple world championships, is that an advantage, one that we weren't talking about? I wonder if there's a practical advantage to getting that extra day before you take your second stab with white, as we know, you're often trying to get the victory when you have the white pieces. So your thoughts on how that might play out?
Well, to be honest, to me, I didn't think about the difference between white or black. Let's say we will get to prepare for the next round. As I mentioned before, that for me it's actually like equal chances every time. It's always like two games. So normally the color is even. But here the case, I guess it depends on the specific players. It depends on what is your strength and what you felt like you're not so confident with. I mean, talking about the opening repertoire. Yeah. So for Magnus, he'll get a rest day to prepare for his white, but the point is whether he thought that, let's say, Nepo's black, probably the Catalan, maybe some other openings could be fragile. Then that's actually a huge advantage, let's say, to look for the lines. But otherwise, let's say if someone plays, for example, what kind of openings? Maybe classical variation, like this kind of things, which is very stable, and he plays very happily and probably draw most of his games. I don't think that to have an extra, let's say, a rest day to prepare for white would be a huge advantage. But on contrary, let's say somebody as white pieces plays e4, always went for this very sharp variations. Actually, to get a rest day prepare for black is not a bad thing either. So it really depends.
Okay, well that's an interesting answer in regards to whether the rest day is more useful to prepare for white or to fine-tune your defenses as black, right? But I think it is a storyline we haven't been talking about because this is different than 2018 when we all covered Caruana Carlsen with the traditional 2 days on, 1 day off.
Yeah, and Yvonne, I have a question for you because in the press conference yesterday, the players were talking about the game, and Jan made a comment. He said, "Oh, Bishop E4. I played this move C3 after that in yesterday's game to sort of make sure I didn't lose." Do you read anything into that? Do you think that maybe he's a bit nervous at the start of the championship here, or do you think it was just one game and he played a little bit inaccurately after getting the advantage?
Well, actually, I guess it depends on the thing that how player approach to the certain dynamic positions, because I guess that the players until the certain level, they definitely can judge those positional and even positions like whose favor, what are the advantages. But for those very dynamic positions like yesterday, I mean, okay, according to the let's say the engine that it shows, black has a huge advantage, but it really depends because over the board you could feel very unpleasant when he got his knight on d6, right? Especially for Nepo, I guess he probably would even thought about, he would be happy to have white pieces. I guess that even favors his style more than having black pieces. So that would be, I mean, not only about the match, but the general situation, the general style he has for that game. But probably since it's the match, so that could even be exaggerate a little bit.
That's interesting. And obviously, we're thinking that the nerves will calm for both players as the match goes on, and maybe certainly after a rest day. But who knows? If either player loses this game before the rest day, then that would, who knows? Sometimes then it feels even worse to be on a rest day when you lost, right? Because you don't want to sit with that feeling. Speaking of sitting with the feeling, this moment now is turning into clearly the most critical one of the day. We know Magnus is still on the clock. Jan took a lot of time before playing h3, and now Magnus is doing the same. Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
This is a critical positions, I guess, because as we talked before, we all pay attention to the move like d5, because every move black made is actually very crucial. Because if he keep this structure, we can see clearly that white will be better, or even much better, if we try to stabilize and coordinating the pieces together. So it's actually very important for black to decide which concrete move he should go for. And also the position just we showed before, like d5, ed, queen d5, queen f4. I like this idea because suddenly this queen and the knight are all under attacks or the pin. I just felt like this shouldn't be the position Magnus should be happy to win for.
Okay, so you think he's looking at this
Just
line?
look at this. I feel like it's better, or clearly better for white. Yeah.
Which is why you need all that concrete calculation that Magnus is doing now.
Yeah.
And on the other side of things, Yifan, I mean, you're right that at first glance it certainly does look like it's promising for white. But if you don't play d5, it also looks promising for white, right?
Yeah.
So you're left with two options. One is a little more dynamic, one is a bit more passive. And I think Magnus tends to like the more dynamic positions. And he in the first game, he sacrificed a pawn to get the bishop pair and have a lot of room for flexibility and activity for his pieces. Here in this game, he started out more passively, but I think if he sees d5 works out for him, that's the move that he'll play probably 9 times out of 10.
Yeah. So you're anticipating, Yifan, this is the type of line he's looking at, but it's got to be concrete from here. What to do with the threat of bishop takes f6, what to do with the threat of a potential discovery on the queen. Is it just, Bobby had recommended a move like maybe queen g5, right? Queen g5 looks decent, by the way. Looks like that move looks decent, and it looks like we have action on the board as we come back to the live position. No, I was just about to say, let's not forget the other move you recommended, Robert, some time ago, which was c6, and that was the other main option instead of d5, and it looks like it's the one that Magnus has chosen. So, Yifan, your final thoughts before we let you go, and of course, like every day when you join us, you have to join the commentary crew and make a prediction on the result.
Okay, so the c6 looks interesting. Okay, I picked the easier question. Okay, the c6 because now the a5 pawn is well protected, and maybe after d5 you also got a supporter to the d5 square. But after c6, it's very obvious that the next move will be d5, right? Because otherwise this d6 weakness for nothing. But I'm just curious, after e takes d5, which piece black is thinking to take it back?
Yeah.
For example, either he would be happy to create a pass pawn on d5, which is also an isolated one. If not, then concretely knight, or maybe even the bishop. So I think we'll also need a bit more calculation to decide, but also depends on white's next move, either rook to d1 or maybe some other options.
Okay, well, it seems like we've set the stage for the critical decision on the board. Will d5 come, and when, and how will it be handled?
But I want an answer, Yifan. What's the result of this?
Yeah, I was just about to say, but we haven't answered the critical decision off the board. Just the result. What do you think today, Yifan? Do we get a win or another draw?
Well, actually, before I joined the Zoom call, the producer team also asked me, like, okay, I need to do the statistical research every day. I need to collect all the predictions. So what I give there is a draw, but after seeing these few moves, I don't think I will change my prediction. So maybe again, I'll keep it as a draw, and we'll see.
Okay, well then we have our 4th draw prediction. All of us are on the same page today, and like I said, maybe that'll jinx the players, and we'll actually get a win because we're all anticipating a peaceful result before the rest day. So, Yifan, we're going to let you go. Thank you so much, and we will see you tomorrow. All right. As Yifan leaves us, I want to remind everybody we do have other guests coming up as well today after the game ends. Always remember that is when our post-show begins and the party gets going. We will be joined by Hikaru Nakamura, the one and only, the biggest chess streamer on Twitch, followed by Grandmaster Eric Hansen of the Chess Bra crew, the true OGs of the chess streaming community. And then we have the man from Norway, Jan Ludvig Hammer, who's just bringing it every day, bringing the thoughts, and I can't wait to see how he is on a decisive day, regardless of who wins or loses. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, we continue our detailed coverage. We will be rejoined by the one and only Fabiano Caruana as Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Chess Championship presented by Coinbase continues.
You ready?
Yeah.
Your knight's on f7. Where can it go?
f7, d6, e8, g7, h5, g3, e2, c1, b3, a5.
Stop. White king on a3, white pawn on b3, black king on e7. Who wins?
It's a draw. Black's king gets to a8 before white's king gets to b7.
Name the fastest checkmate for white.
e45, queen h5, king e7, queen takes e5.
Recount your opening versus Alexeyenko from the first half of the 2020 Candidates Tournament.
d4, knight of 6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop e4, f3, d5, a3, bishop e7, e4, d4, fe4.
Stop. Tell us about a chess game that made an impression on you.
Karpov-Kasparov from the World Championship match 1985. Kasparov's octopus knight on d3 controlled 8 squares in the enemy camp and allowed him to become the world champion.
There's a knight on e5. What squares does it attack?
f7, d7, c6, c4, d3, f3, g4, g6.
Stop. How do you do this?
Visualization in chess isn't difficult for me. It just comes naturally.
Where does crypto come from?
Honestly, I don't know. Can you tell me?
Learn more at coinbase.com/chess to get $5 in free crypto when you sign up and verify your account.
We are back, and we have action on the board, guys. It's been a minute since the three of us were back together, so let me remind everybody who's covering the FIDE World Chess Championship for Chess.com. We've got Robert Hess on the corner. Go follow him on Twitter because he tweets like once a month. Then we've got Fabiano Caruana, who tweets once a quarter. So good reasons to go give them a follow. Just kidding, guys. It's been great. Hope you're having fun.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Fun.
How's it feeling on that side of the room?
Much better than it would be over there.
Yeah, but is the weather good and everything? And
yeah, there's a lot of brain power being used on this side.
Yeah?
So yeah, it's hard work.
You can't overplay the same roast over and over. You know, it gets old after a while.
And stop lobbing it over to me so I can spike it in your face.
All right, we have H3, D5, and E5, right as it happens. We have a lot to talk about. So, Fabiano, take it away.
Yeah, I'm afraid that although it looks like a very interesting position now, this position will not be very interesting in like 2 moves.
Okay,
and
show us how.
Black will play d takes c4, I think. I don't see... he can also move the knight, but he will run into problems because knight d6 is coming. Like, let's say knight d7. Knight d6 comes. This doesn't look very good for black.
Yeah, you never want to part ways with this bishop if it means
yeah,
opening up this diagonal for sure. So that's a problem.
So I think Magnus will take
Capture.
up c4 for sure.
Okay.
White will probably... I don't know if queen d8 or ef6, but let's just say e takes f6. Queen takes d4, bishop takes d4, and it's black probably has multiple decent options, but let's say a move like rook a to b8.
Okay.
On the one hand, black has what looks like a damaged structure, but the advantage of this structure is the pawn on c4 is actually very strong.
Yeah.
And it fixes the pawn on b2 as a weakness. And although that pawn on b2 is, for the moment, defended, if white is at some point to play f takes g7 or black g takes f6, we might see a trade of bishops on that diagonal. And then, let's say bishop takes g7, king g7. Now we see why the pawn is weak.
Yeah.
It's fixed backwards on an open file. And if black were to take that pawn, he would not only have a rook on the second rank, but a passed c4 pawn. So white will avoid this. And I have a feeling there's many, many ways for both sides to reach a level and, unfortunately, most likely a very drawish endgame.
Okay. Robert, any points to add or any other thoughts on a different variation that you're seeing?
Well, there was one quick point in that tactical variation where if he did just take on c4,
yeah.
Had he not done that with that knight d7, knight d6 line, I just want to point out something very quickly. That c5 looks like a very good move for black because it hits the queen. You could take on d6 next, try to get your pawn to him, but queen d3. It wasn't just about the dark square. It's now h7 checkmate and the rook on e8 is hanging. So too many strong diagonals for white to work with. That is exactly why the pawn captured on c4. And we are going to see a series of trades. In fact, the queens have been traded on d8 right now. And it seems like it's a pretty straightforward position from black's point of view. And I would say if anyone has to be a little bit careful, not that careful, it's white. Because look where the extra pawn will be for white. It's in front of black's king. It's going to be very difficult to create a passed pawn.
We'll just take it and show that, yeah.
And on the other side of the board, that b2 pawn, as Fabiano mentioned, if g takes f6 or if f g7 and bishop g7, now you have to protect your pawn with a rook. So even though black's pawn structure looks worse, there is the open file down to the b2 pawn, and also just whose pawns can be targeted more easily. The answer here happens to be white's, but it should be a hold. It should not be actually a particularly difficult hold, but you just want to make sure that you don't just fall asleep at the board. We saw Jan put his head down earlier. Can't actually fall asleep. Micro nap is okay, though.
Yeah, I think that the position is equal, but maybe Jan will be the one who will have to sort of force equality at some point, although it shouldn't be too difficult. I think probably Magnus will play rook e8, although there is an argument for rook a d8, but the rooks look like they want to take over the open b and d files, so rook e8 makes more sense in that case. E takes f6, and a move which I like for black after that, because black's main problem is the a5 pawn is a weakness and it's tying black's rook down. But if black plays bishop to b4 here, and the king side is not a big deal, because at some point white will play fg7, but that pawn is dead long term. It can even sit there, black will take it eventually. And the idea for black is, after you trade that bishop on c3, the rook can infiltrate to b2 to d2, and the other rook can try to infiltrate yeah, let's say f takes g7, bishop c3, b c3. I'm not sure which move exactly. I kind of like rook a to b8. One of those rooks is coming to the second rank. And, of course, white
just
should
one,
not
right?
be in any danger.
Maybe both.
Yeah, we might see a trade of rooks and then another rook come to...
By the way, in the live
second
position, we have exactly the line you're discussing on the board. Bishop b4 has just been played by Magnus.
Yeah, bishop b4 looks like... I don't know if white will play fg7, but if he doesn't, black can play bishop c3 and gf6, winning a pawn. So maybe white would like to play fg7 just to avoid losing that pawn.
And-
Well, and again, here we go.
And that pawn actually is important, and the reason why is because in some positions, because white has an extra pawn on the king side, you can create counterplay on that side. If you lose the pawn f6, even though black's pawns will be really hideous, that structure, double isolated c pawns, all your pawns are isolated, double isolated f pawns, h and a. The problem is that white doesn't have that counterplay in the same way, and then black can focus all of his attention over there on the queen side and try to exploit some of white's weaknesses.
Yep.
And the bishop on c2 is worse than the bishop on e6, because the bishop on c2, at some point, it'll probably go to e4 just to create a threat, but then bishop d5. And do you really want to trade on d5 and fix black's pawn structure, give him a passed pawn? The answer is no. So it does feel like black, at least for now, has the slightly better pieces, and it should be a draw. It likely will be, but Jan really needs to make sure he is attentive to the entire board, because this is the exact type of position that Magnus, you think he's about to extend his hand, offer a draw. He's like, prove it for the next 20 moves. There's a rest day tomorrow, so he can play.
Yeah, I think that this should be a balanced position. Although visually it looks better for white, because you think white is the one with the pawn majority on the king side, and black has these doubled c pawns, which aren't, ideal, right? I mean, if the c6 pawn were on d5, then we would already talk about a huge advantage for black, but doubled c pawns aren't doing very much. Black's advantage is, as Robert pointed out, first of all, the bishops, although it doesn't really look like the bishop on e6 is better than one on c2. The one on c2 is sort of restricted, mainly by this pawn on c4. And that's the basis of black's compensation for the weakened structure, is the pawn on c4 is a really big pawn. You cannot really attack it in any way. And if white were to lose a c3 pawn, that pawn would be super dangerous. So white is in some ways going to be tied to defense of c3 one way or another.
And here we go, the capture on c3 brings the pawn to what you said. And there's also the pawn on a4, which of course is stuck on a light square, not super relevant at this time when it seems easily protected, but could be long term, right?
I think that's also quite relevant because that pawn is more likely to be lost than the a5 pawn. And a passed a pawn is a dangerous thing, an outside passed pawn. If either side were to lose their a pawn, then that would be a serious issue for them. So Magnus just took back immediately, which is also for sure a fine move. I think all those moves were decent. Rook b8, like we mentioned, king g7, or rook d2 were probably all pretty decent moves for black.
We saw Jan kind of take a glance at Magnus there and kind of be like, well, there's other moves here for white. If you could imagine a rook making it to a square like this, putting pressure on a bunch of pawns, or if white was the first one to get some counterplay, the problem is, from what I see, the rook coming to e5 will be met by some piece on d5.
Or in fact, if rook e5, I would be worried that rook d2 would come with extra effect.
You just ignore it.
Because if you play rook c5, I mean, the c6 pawn is not white's main concern in the position. The main concern is the c4 pawn, and you can't really attack that. So the rook on e5 is also abandoning the defense, potentially, of the second rank, right? Like now white can't trade off that rook with potentially rook e to d1. So that rook on d2 is a danger. White would love a trade of bishops, but concretely here it doesn't work out.
Yeah, it's really important that you can't challenge anymore.
Yeah, a trade of rooks would be good for white, and also trade of bishops. If bishop to f5, this would be
But
ideal.
that runs into king f6.
But king f6 wins in exchange, so white can't go for that.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking maybe instead of rook e5, bishop to e4 is the most likely move, because if bishop d5, which is probably a good response, we'll see a trade of bishops one way or another, and with every trade, the position becomes more and more drawish.
And having the pawn on c3 is huge for white now, because if we had a bishop on c3, then d4 is really a threat, but now it's just an offering of a trade, and then we'll see liquidation. And
also, but not just the pawn on c3 to guard the d pawn, but the pawn on b2 was such a target, right, on the b file, as you pointed out, because the c4 pawn kept it backward. looking more and more like our predictions were correct, and more and more like maybe the question from someone in chat we asked for it a little bit ago is a little bit relevant here. Mr. Stupid Sacrifice, I'm reading that name out loud because I've made a few of those from time to time in my career. Mr. Stupid Sacrifice wants to know, what does 0.5 on the eval bar mean to you on a practical level? You've talked a lot about this in terms of the preparation strategy. You're not always worse. You're not always worried about being worse. But when is the I'm gonna add a little bit to Mr. Stupid Sacrifice question. Is half a pawn, half a cent a pawn relevant, or when do you start to look at that eval bar with some relevance?
Well, this is a very position specific issue. In some positions, 0.5 doesn't mean very much. In some positions, especially in positions where you don't really have counterplay, that can mean that your opponent will put pressure on you for the entirety of the game. So it's a bit too much based on individual positions to be easy to answer. The thing is, of course, the players have no clue what the evaluation is. They might have a general idea that this is basically equal, but players think not in terms of evaluations, but equal, or worse, or better. So they're probably thinking this is pretty close to equal and likely to be drawn. They're not thinking this is 0.2 for white or minus 0.1 for black. And I actually like the move that Jan made here, king to f1. The idea is simple. After rook to d2, white now has the option of rook to e2, trading off the rooks. If white were to trade off all the rooks, let's just imagine, black should, of course, avoid this entirely. But let's just say...
We'll make it happen real quick. We'll do something... okay.
Yeah, rook takes d1, rook takes d1, let's say. Rook to b8.
And then rook to b1.
To b1. And already things have gone a bit wrong for black here, but if black were to take, I think black loses this position. Or at least it's very close.
Is that because of white's king infiltration here?
Potentially. Black will probably play c5 to avoid that. But white will just start pushing on the king side. Black has no majority. He has the doubled c-pawns, but those can't create a pass pawn. So he will have to wait, and white will put the king on e3, play g4, f4, f5, king f4, try to create a pass pawn. The weakness of the a4 pawn means that this might just be a draw anyway, because black will fix white's bishop to defense of that. But it's clear that white is the one pressing for a win here. And so trade of all rooks, not what Magnus is going to go for. He's going to try to create counterplay. Rook a to b8 still comes to mind for me as a very natural move. Because if we were to play, let's say, rook a to b8, and white were to stop the infiltration with rook b1, black takes, and the rook may be able to infiltrate. But still, after rook d2, if white plays rook c1, we actually see that the rook can't maintain itself there for very long. So maybe white will be pressing here, because once the king gets to the center, black has no infiltration squares, and that kingside majority makes it a bit more pleasant for white.
Are we suddenly thinking that maybe Jan is the one with a little bit to push for here?
Possibly, yeah. My feeling is maybe black is the one who has more problems to solve than white.
Because the problems are long-term for black, right? The problems for white are a bit temporary. Rook's getting on the 7th rank. If you trade a pair of rooks, you get rid of that problem. So for black, the pawn structure is clearly worse. If you think about it as a king and pawn endgame, we remove all the pieces from the board in our heads, the rooks and the bishops, that is, white is up a pawn. Because you have a 3-on-2 majority on the F through H files, and black's 3-on-2, you can put that in air quotes, because double pawns are notoriously bad because they can't create a pass pawn. And they give you open files, but they make sure that in the end game you're not getting a pass pawn. So I completely agree that Magnus would be wise not to trade both pair of rooks unless he sees definitively it's a draw. It likely is a draw because when you have a bishop, you can't attack both color complexes. So black can keep a king on a dark square. Even if you get a pass pawn, if the black king is sitting on a dark square in front of that pass pawn, it could just be a draw. So if the rooks get traded, Jan can push. And that question, which I thought was a great one, by the way, about the eval bar, and Fabio did a great job explaining of how it's situation dependent. It's also different opening and the end game, because some end games are theoretically drawn. The one we saw yesterday, that rook end game, both players knew that was going to be a draw. But the engine may say at some point, oh, it's half a pawn or even a pawn better. But then you work down the line, oh, you're going to have a series of trades, and then we know it could be a draw. You know I love to mention it, bishops and rook pawns. You have a light square bishop here. So if white is left with a light square bishop and an H pawn, even if black has no other pieces, that's a draw. Not going to be necessary in this particular game, but it's something good to keep in your back of your mind in case you feel like you're getting in some danger. You may have that kind of option to bail yourself out. But Magnus, of course, he's not going to get there. He played rook to b8, rooks on open files. I liked rook b1 as a suggestion by Fabiano, and maybe Jan can hope that Magnus goes awry somewhere.
Okay, so I'm sort of entertaining a crazy idea.
Okay. I love it when you get crazy.
But unfortunately, it probably...
Rook b3?
Yeah, rook to b1, rook to b3. This becomes a very dangerous pass pawn. It's probably not good for a number of reasons. One is...
You can just sacrifice right back.
Yeah, you could sacrifice with rook e6, and maybe this is a draw because black's rook will get to a1, and we'll see a lot of pawns being traded off. But in any case, I'm not... It's also super risky, because after c takes b3, if white were to make, let's say, 2 moves in a row, like rook e to d1 and king e1, then probably the king gets to the center and controls that pawn. It's not easy at the moment to control that pawn because rook e to d1 actually loses.
Yeah, trade.
Rook takes d1, rook d1, and bishop f5, and white cannot stop that pass pawn from promoting. So maybe it's not that easy to handle, but also difficult to decide on for black.
What if white even just like activates the king? I mean,
well, bishop c4 is the other problem.
And then is this long-term compensation just really good for black?
Yeah, rook d3 check, go to e3.
You would.
Yeah.
And
I think that after king e4, black, well, there's
this is what I was thinking about. I thought if you took king d4, but I guess you have rook c2 and you're fine.
But even rook to d2 here, I kind of like, because maybe you can go after different pawns rather than the c3 pawn.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, even if like a move like c5, just like...
But then rook takes b3, that is the...
there's a threat. Rook takes b3.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Tricked me, I tricked you.
LOL. You guys are adorable when you get like that. Let's show it. c5, rook b3. Whoop. Hess tricks Fabi.
Yeah.
Someone clip it and ship it. Hess
c5 is a great move in that case. I mean, this...
All right, but let's go back. Let's go back to the line with rook to b3.
But I believe he played king to f6.
Yeah, he did.
Wait, it's already on the board?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, king to f6.
So white can take and play rook b1 like we were discussing. That bishop ending. Maybe a draw. Not too easy to decide on though for black. But here the king actually gets access to the e5 square. So I'm wondering if white were to play rook takes b8, rook takes b8, rook b1, and black were to just take and play king to e5, white is maybe not in time to chase that king away because king e2, black can play f5, and then f4, and black actually gets a lot of important space on the king side. If white were able to get f4 and g4 and h4, g5 and force black back, I think it would be a very dangerous endgame.
Yeah, but all right, we've got rook takes b8 back in the live position here.
I was just going to say something quickly that there is a good illustration in that variation we were looking at of the king being on a dark square and the bishop couldn't chase it off. So
all right, we'll bring back the analysis.
We might get it, right? Like,
yeah, it could happen right now. In fact, we'll just
so if we get this
show the same line again. Takes, shake and bake.
Right. So let's say after f5 you play g3 because you want to play f4, and black plays f4.
Yep.
And you take on f4. Like, oh great, I have a passed pawn. I have a clear passed pawn. You're never kicking that king at f4. In fact, you see the evaluation go this way because black is actually going to start winning your kingside pawn. So you have to be really careful. H4, this king g4, and so on. So, but ignoring the fact that pawn is hanging, I just want to say the king on f4 cannot be kicked out of that square, and that's the limitation of a bishop.
And you might think, and this is I think a relevant question, white might try to create an outside pass pawn with g4 here. But this outside pass pawn is not too dangerous, and white's king is kind of locked out. So let's say after g4, black just plays c5. And white plays like f3 to try to play h4 and g5 eventually. After bishop d7, bishop to c2. If black just plays king f6, for example, h4, we're going to have a fortress. White's king cannot infiltrate with these pawns on c4 and f4. Yeah. White's bishop is tied to a4, and black has no targets besides a4, so we hit an impasse for both players, and this will just be a draw.
No way in, no way out.
And we actually saw the trade and king e5 on the board, so...
Yep, we are. Well, this has been perhaps an unfortunate day in terms of how many times we've accurately predicted the next variation that was coming, right? Because we have the help of the eval bar, a couple of great grandmasters, one idiot with the mouse over here, right? But together we are... Complete my sentence.
I don't know if you we are farmers. Like, we're not getting sponsored by them, you know?
Together, no, I'm kidding. But jokes aside, like when you have the help that we do here, we're often going over, what are we going over often? Like the best line, right? Which means both sides are kind of playing, there's no blunders here. Both sides are playing very well, and so we're getting a lot of variations we predicted, which means we might be headed toward an equal, peaceful result.
Yeah, I think that's very likely. And the players probably played quite an accurate game.
Yep.
They now look a bit bored because I guess they both understand where this is going.
It's formality.
You know, formality unless someone has one last trick. But overall, you know, I don't know that it should be seen as boring. It should be seen as accurate chess. Again, I think there were some earlier things about this game. Obviously, even when it ends, don't go anywhere. We've got tons of guests ahead. We will recap everything that happened from start to finish. Something about this line, I feel like we're going to see this again. At some point, we're going to see something in this line of the Spanish again.
Well, Jan is running out of decent lines to play against the Andy Marshall.
Yeah.
Magnus has so far shown himself to be very well prepared. He's ready in slightly unusual ways, like he's playing a bit offbeat with Black, but he's extremely well prepared. So he's finding new approaches for Black. And today he equalized relatively easily. I don't think he was ever too concerned about his position. We weren't entirely sure because we were trying to figure it out on the spot, but I think he knew everything in advance that this line was decent for Black, and he just had to figure out some details over the board, which he did well.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Jan will struggle with the Marshall. I had a feeling that this was a very difficult opening to make a dent against, and so far that's shown to be the case. I think this is a good game for Magnus.
Maybe you could call Jan and tell him what you had prepared for the Marshall in 2018 when that Magnus switched to the Sicilian and say, hey, Jan, try this one.
Well, the funny thing about that is that I prepared a line extremely deeply, but it ended up having a lot of holes.
Oh, interesting.
My preparation in it had mistakes, and it was shown in games I played later on against Ding Liren, especially that my preparation it was deep, but somehow there were too many options for Black, and I wasn't able to cover them all.
Got it.
So I don't know if I would be much help at the moment for Jan.
But as we talk about preparation, it's bad news for Team Nepomniachtchi that in the opening battles, he's not winning them, because that has been seen, at least, as Magnus's weak point, that he doesn't love to play theoretical lines. He likes to be on his own in earlier stages. And if Magnus is winning the opening battle, I mean, what I said earlier, like, if Magnus overpresses, that feels like a possibility for him to go wrong. We saw against Sergei Karyakin, and it's not giving enough credit. Those storylines often say it's Magnus this, Magnus that, and the other player is just there. And if Magnus loses, then he loses, not the other player wins. But I do think if Jan is not going to win the opening battle, that's going to make his life extremely difficult, because Magnus is the #1 rated player in the world and has been for such a long period of time that you need to get Magnus in uncomfortable territory. Yep. And Fabiano did that in several games in their World Championship. And maybe Magnus will be flustered by the results, but by the positions themselves, that's a different story. And I think that this ideas that Jan has been playing with, like changing openings, maybe dodging Magnus's preparation in the same line that's why not repeating it. Maybe you need to keep trying to punch at the same line and find a hole somewhere or something unexpected, and maybe that's the way to go. Of course, I'm not a second for either.
I was just going to say, well, what Robert just said, the suggestion. What would you do in that position, in that situation? Are you looking to punch a hole and get stubborn, right, and make this World Championship match a theoretical contribution to those who want to talk about the Marshall, or do you mix it up and try to find holes elsewhere?
Yeah, I just want to say first that I always thought this narrative of Magnus as a poorly prepared player as maybe the most bizarre thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
For anyone,
as they say, it takes a lot of preparation to avoid people's preparation.
Yeah, that's one important point, which is that just because Magnus has a slightly different approach and prepares lines which are not the most theoretical, that doesn't mean that he's not prepared them well. That just means that that's where he feels he has the best chance in the opening.
Right.
And I think that, like, as an overall opening player, Magnus is probably the best prepared in the world and has been for many years now.
Wow, that's heavy praise. Someone clip and ship that from the man who Robert and I have called maybe the best prepared player in the world more times than we could count.
Yeah, speaking of that, also a bizarre narrative from my point of view.
Really? Okay. Well,
but
I can't comment.
But yeah, I just think that people think that because you play offbeat lines, that means you're poorly prepared, but that's not at all the case.
Okay, wow.
It's just a different approach.
Huh?
It's just me.
So it's just, Robert's the only one who plays bad lines because he's not. That's hilarious. Okay. Well, we have the moves that were sort of predicted being played on the board. I don't know that we should be going anywhere right now because I'm expecting this one to maybe ultimately prove to be our shortest game in the entire match. I don't think that this game is going to be going for more than another 15 or 20 minutes or so.
That sounds generous.
That doesn't mean that we're not going to still have a lot of fun ahead. Again, as we said, we have Nakamura, we have Hansen, we have Hammer. Triple H is the only one missing from that crew, huh? Triple H, the wrestler, huh? Come on, bring it, right?
Do I got to be Shawn Michaels then?
Shawn Michaels, and you can be Ric Flair, Nature Boy.
I don't know much about wrestling.
If you promise to scream and get real red face, but no, we will have 3 H's: Hammer, Hansen, and Hikaru. I do have a hookup at WWE right now, so maybe I could organize a quick celebrity appearance by Triple H. Although, at some point, the wrestling world was split, very similar to the chess world. There was the WWF, WWE. Was it always the same thing? I digress.
It is interesting to hear Fabi's thoughts on these narratives. And
yeah, no, this is fascinating.
For sure, because as I was saying it, I was like, it just feels wrong. But in certain positions, when someone has studied an opening really deeply, they can catch their opponent off guard. And so if you play the same opening over and over again, on one hand, you're preparing that line deeply yourself, but on the other, you can continue to shift away from what's expected. And if you're playing something new every single time, well, maybe they just have a good repertoire against that, and then you're not testing them again, so you don't know if you change your line, will they be able to successfully react. And this game, of course, it's going to be a standstill, and Jan looks over at Magnus. And Magnus has his head on his shoulders. He can't buy a victory, but for everything else, there's that MasterCard in his pocket.
There you go. He hasn't bought a victory in quite a while in classical chess, but
well, he's never bought a victory. Let's be clear. He's never bought a victory.
But for everything else in life, there you go. You got it. Bobby, yeah, that's fascinating to hear. There we go. The hands have shaken. We have our arbiter coming over. We actually have audio. So we might have audio to listen into here, everybody. Don't go anywhere. Oh.
After response.
That was fast.
Nothing to discuss, I guess.
No post-game banter today, boys.
Well, I think part of it is that if they discuss it, they're talking about some of the preparation opening lines. This wasn't a game with a rich middle game where it's like, hey, Jan, if I played this move here, would you have sacrificed your pawn? No. If you talk about the game, you're saying, this is what I had planned, and that's giving away way too much information.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that Robert mentioned, that basically the only content in this game was for a few moves in the opening.
Right.
Besides that, it was just a very dry game where not a whole lot happened. Maybe there was one moment where they were out of prep, which was after h3, c6, where White had maybe something different than what he played.
Well, let's hold that thought and dive right into it then, because as you said, the no content or dialogue between the players after the game, but we have a lot of content and dialogue ahead here in our Coinbase Rapid Recap, where we review the entire game. For those of you who just tuned in, we know there are a lot of you because we are at peak viewership right now. So many of you are like, well, I got up a little bit late on a Sunday. We hope you had a great Saturday night. Hope you partied hard and you showed up now. And we had another Spanish game. A lot of the pregame fodder was around the topic of will Jan play 8h3 again, or Erwin Lamy correctly predicting that we would not see that with the move 8a4. Bobby.
Yeah, Jan, maybe he should have tried to find something in h3, but it's of course difficult to give advice from the sidelines. Obviously, they're going much deeper into it.
Yeah.
They didn't find any ideas, or they were maybe worried that after h3, Magnus will play a different line and be well prepared in that.
For those who forgot, h3 was the move order in game one, which saw Magnus's pawn sacrifice knight a5, a rare line, but one that gave us a lot of interesting stuff to talk about Here,
Also-
as we said, Jan plays a4. Sorry.
Also, there is one other thing which is possible, which is that sometimes in a match, you need time to find ideas. And he's giving his seconds more time to maybe try to find something after knight a5.
Yeah.
And so we shouldn't rule out the possibility that we will see something like this again in a later game.
Okay.
The interesting thing, of course, and we suspected this, is that Magnus is sticking to his openings. He believes in the marshal. He's obviously prepared it extremely deeply, and I feel it's a good choice because he is a natural martial player. He's always felt comfortable in these positions.
Yep.
And yeah, he played a rare move here, rook e8, but it was obviously deeply checked by him and his team.
Okay. Yeah, rook e8 is a rare move, but still theory and was checked. We mentioned that after knight f1, h6, and then bishop d2, this position had been played both by Kasparov versus Tkachev in 2001, and then again by Ho Yifan in 2009. But neither of those games had really any real relevance here, Robert. But tell everybody what the whole idea of bishop d2 was.
Yeah, black wants to claim space by playing knight to a5, attacking the bishop on b3, following that up with c7 to c5 to clamp down on the center, on the d4 square, open the queen up on that diagonal as well. But bishop d2 says, not so fast. You cannot get active. And as we saw in the next few moves here, it was about shuffling, both players trying to find their footing in the position until finally Jan decided to strike with this move c4.
And Fabi called it after bishop d2, not only the point you just highlighted that it stops knight a5, but pointed out the unique idea that c4 was coming. And sure enough, we had it on the board. When it first meets the eye, this feels anti-positional for white because of the things pointed out. That did have some storyline in the game, the weak pawns, but overall, as Robert said, the main point bringing the knight to c4 is d5 is very hard to get now, right, Fabi?
Yeah, it's a very interesting opening discussion. And Magnus played knight c6, so he played it rather quickly. He knew about this idea. It looks funny at first sight because you just came from there.
We'll highlight the path of the pony to show a little awkward.
Yeah, it looks very strange. You wouldn't really come up with this move instantly. It wouldn't be one of your first candidate moves, let's say. But the position changed. White had concrete threats, knight a5 and potentially knight takes e5. So black just reacted to that. I was kind of wondering after rook c1, a5, which happened in the game. I had this thought before we went to break, and then a bunch of moves happened, so I didn't get to share it. But I was wondering about the move knight e3. Sort of funny mirror of black's idea. The knight coming from where it just went from, with the idea now that the pawn on a5 created a weakness on b5, and maybe the bishop can sneak in bishop c4 and bishop to b5. I don't know if this is a good move, but it was briefly seemed interesting to me.
Fabi and I quickly talked about it during one of the breaks, and we were just trying to dissect it because white tries to go in the light squares, and if black plays knight b4 as a way to get active himself, there's problems with this as well because you might have to play c5 at some point. All those light squares, d5, b5, c4, can be whites for the taking.
Okay, well, maybe that'll prove interesting. We'll make note of that, everybody, that if we see this line again, perhaps Fabi's idea is one that resurfaces. But a5, bishop c3 was played, and then bishop to c8. We had speculated an interesting approach of queen b8, queen a7, and Magnus was showing body language, remember, at the board, that we weren't sure yet how well prepared he was. But as soon as he played bishop c8, and we saw that this forcing exchange was met by bishop e6, we were already, unfortunately, as commentators, kind of sensing the foregone conclusion here, right? Magnus was prepared. d5 is going to be very hard to stop. Anything else white could have done here, Fabi, than the forcing lines we saw ahead?
Yeah, my feeling is, and Magnus was taking time, so we can't say for sure, but my feeling is that if you play bishop c8 over the board, because it feels like a rather unusual move when white is obviously preparing d4 to take so much time to reroute the bishop, that it doesn't really come to mind so easily, and that Hebo played it and it turned out to be the top engine line, as we found out, suggests that he knew about this in advance. And the only thing is after h3, c6, because he could have played d5 and probably equalized easily with that, I think this is already immediately equal. Playing c6, maybe open up some possibilities for white to try something besides what he tried. But it's probably more or less within equal bounds anyway.
Well, Jan played bishop c2. You say try something he didn't try. Is there something else you would suggest here?
Well, we were looking at queen d3 in similar positions, and I'm sort of wondering if queen d3 here. But black anyway achieves d5, so maybe it's very difficult to stop this idea. It feels like white has some pressure in the center, but d5 is such a powerful resource, kicking that knight away, and that pin on the knight of bishop c4 and b3 is pretty uncomfortable for white. So maybe he had nothing better than what we saw in the game, a simplification and a very drawish endgame.
Well, after d5 and e5, we had the good point made by Robert that this whole thing with dc4 and ef6, as we saw, was forced because on knight d7, knight d6, obviously you can't take it with the bishop. You don't want to take it and open up the dark square diagonal, but even at c5, hitting the queen doesn't help, as the queen can retreat to a new diagonal, and things are still good for white. So it indeed was a forced and semi-foregone conclusion. Last little bit of instruction, right, educational stuff on the game was this whole point of bishop to b4. Was there any other way that, because what happened in the game, guys, was the bishops were traded on c3, which took away the weakness of b2. b2 was really key if black has any chances. Any other way Magnus could play this besides the idea of bishop b4 and exchanging? Robert, or Fabi, or you know what, LOL, whoever wants to go.
After you.
I think that we would most likely both say a very similar thing, which is that the bishop on c3 is too powerful a piece to remain there. Black has to get rid of it. The bishop on c3 both is a defensive piece, defending b2, and also an attacking piece. It attacks a5.
But let me play devil's advocate to the idea you guys were pointing out in real time. What if you take it? With the idea being that if you take, you try to trade the bishops over here. Is white just retreating back anyway?
Well, in this specific case, the rook is hanging.
Okay.
Otherwise, that would probably be an excellent way for black to play.
Okay.
But black needs to take time to move the rook, and he can do that with, for example, rook d to b, rook d7.
And you could get checkmated with rook e3 to g3.
A very big problem with this
That's
is rook
a huge
e3,
problem.
and you might still be able to escape because you can stop rook g3 with bishop d6, but not what you want for sure.
Okay, so there really was no other way, as you said. The bishop on c3 too powerful. Bishop b4 was forced for Magnus, Robert.
Yeah, and Jan was wise just to keep the bishop there because at some point black's going to have to take, otherwise you're not going to make any progress. And what progress is made, you've opened files, but the rooks came off so quickly that even though white has a pass pawn potential, it can't go anywhere because it's a bishop. You can't control the dark squares of the light square bishop. So Magnus was able to bring his king to the center on a dark square and make sure that the game just petered out.
Yeah, pointing out bishops are limited, and that's exactly the problem for white here, using a 3-on-2 majority that we've highlighted. Not really possible because the black king will dominate and control progress on the dark squares. Exactly what happened, and there we have it, petering it out and letting Fabi give his final thoughts here. That yeah, this was, I guess, a game where all the content was in the prep.
Yeah, it's mainly a win for Magnus because his preparation really held up, and that will make Jan try to search for something that he can put pressure on Magnus in the remaining games.
Okay.
But that's not going to be easy. I think this was a good opening choice from Magnus' side.
All right, well, that was our Coinbase Rapid Recap. Thank you so much. For those of you watching this live on Twitch, remember that they are available daily at our YouTube channel. If you want to give that a little slow-mo instant replay, we also have original content going to our new YouTube channel, youtube.com/chesscomlive. So, all right, with that note, we are going to take a step back. Remember that the post-show is always packed. We have the press conference coming up next, and then right after that, the three you see before you will join in that order. Hikaru, Hansen, Hammer, and we're going to have a lot of fun discussing what happened here. And maybe who knows, maybe Hikaru has some thoughts in terms of what he knows about this line in the Spanish or Marshall. So can't wait to see what those guys bring us. We are going to continue our coverage of round 3 of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship when we return.
Come on, check it out, Ayo, stepping up to me, but it can't be one. Magnus, Nepo, who the champion? I mean, both players been doing their thing, but tell me, who about to be the king? Who really about to make the people cheer? Don't change the dial, keep it here. Y'all know we keeping it on. FIDE Chess Championship, chess.com. What?
Is back with the challenger Grandmaster Ian Nepomniachtchi. On our broadcast, Robert said that through the first 3 games, Robert Hess that is, through the first 3 games, Magnus has won the opening battle. Do you agree with that statement?
Well, indeed he knows better, but I think I wouldn't say so. I guess, for example, today, I assume I had a very pleasant edge, maybe like very small, but very, let's say, long term. And I'm not sure, I wasn't sure how to proceed after this, okay, 97 takes a 96, but I guess, okay, what I did was quite logical. And, somehow after takes bishop e6, d5 is coming to the next move. So, the best I can get is some typical martial extra pawn, like after knight d2, let's say he plays d5, I trade everything, I take on e5, but this is very likely a draw, so I decided to play h3, but I guess he had several reactions, so he reacted quite well. But in general, this martial is hard to break.
Indeed, many have tried. Going after round 2, Magnus gave an interview on a podcast saying he predicted a stale game today, I suppose, after the craziness of the first 2 games. But I'm going to guess that you don't want a stale game as white, right? Every white is still very important to you.
I guess every game is important, and in general nowadays there is not a major difference between white and black pieces. Anyway, once you see the chance, you try to use it. So, indeed, in white, you're trying to fight for opening advantage. And, okay, I guess, as, for example, today, I managed to pull out something out of the opening, but maybe afterwards I wasn't very precise. But, overall, game can be, exciting or really, really boring. But this is, of course, one of the outcomes of the opening. Yeah. So it depends on which type of position do we enter.
And finally, we reached our first mini break of the match. Can you give yourself a letter grade A through F?
Should be pretty much average. So only good point I didn't lose any games, but I guess yesterday I could be more precise.
Thanks for your time.
This. So here's what we're saying. Yes, we would discuss it on first game of the 2021 FIDE World Championship. And what better be? And camera lighting and audio. We're going to crush through the top of the show. All right.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
Am I supposed to feel ready? Yeah, but I guess when you prepare for such a major event, you always feel like you could do more. But I guess we are doing some insane amount of work, so I hope we got to be, ready enough.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
Preliminary questions to the players. You can go to the microphones to the left and right of the room. Do not touch the microphone and always leave your mask on when you ask any questions at all of the players. Jan, you had your second white today. Was there a point in the game you felt like you might have had some chances? It seemed like it petered out pretty quickly.
Well, I guess I could roughly say that opening ended up in my favor. Like I got some very slight edge, but it looked like it's going to be, let's say, long term. But then, well, this A5 move from Magnus is, positionally surely questionable, but seems like after some precise moves, Black can be close to equality. And, well, d4 looks absolutely natural, and, if I would realize earlier that after d4 and exchanges after bishop e6, I can't basically prevent d5. So after d5, Black has some decent counterplay even in the endgame. I would probably play it differently, maybe, I don't know, some h3 or knight e3, just play it more slowly. But, after bishop c8, d4 looks like very natural, so Black has all his pieces onto the last rank. But yeah, somehow after bishop e6, it's really hard to do something. So I spent quite some time, and probably the best try I found part of h3 was, I believe, knight d2 move. But even then, okay, I can only hope for some Marshall-like. Okay, we're playing anti-Marshall, but anyway, Marshall-like extra pawn against two bishops. So basically, extremely close to a draw anyway. So that was it.
Are you feeling any frustration about the fact that you haven't gotten going, so to speak, with the white pieces yet?
No, okay, absolutely no frustration. So I guess it was a clean game and a very logical one. And even in the end game, if I would be, given a couple of tempi, I could pose some problems in this, like say, bishop endgame. But okay, especially once Black Kings enter c5 and the 5 f4, There is never anything for white. But well, I mean, this is the current status of the chess theory. Yeah, so it's hard to find some advantage.
Magnus, is there anything sexy you could say about today's game?
Well, I mean, there's a lot that I could say, but yeah, I generally agree that I was obviously making some fairly ugly moves, but it seems all to work out reasonably well. At least I couldn't see any concrete way to pose serious problems. So I think it was a reasonably logical game.
You seem incredibly comfortable with the black pieces so far in this match. Is that the correct sentiment?
I would say I wouldn't say very comfortable. I feel like I've been trying to equalize in both games without getting a lot of chances, but it's okay. It's fairly normal procedure in these matches.
Jan, the trouble of the white pieces, as you made it, is documented nowadays. It seems very difficult to get advantage with white, even after months of preparation. What are you going to need to do to change the trend?
No, that whatever am I going to do, the trend will remain the same. So that's not about my preparation or Magnus' preparation. That's about, let's say, the current theory status.
Magnus, what's going to be the difference maker? You guys seem to be punching it out right now on even terms.
Well, it's 3 games in. There's a lot of time to go, and as you saw yesterday, could easily have been a decisive result. So, it could. Obviously, for each game, the most likely result is a draw. I mean, there's just saying otherwise would be quite disingenuous. But I mean, any game could explode. Just not today.
One last question for you. The tension, people see draws and they think it's just draws, it's not so interesting, but you've been a part of these so many years. How does the tension grow with each draw?
Yeah, as you say, obviously, as the match goes along, with each draw, you get a bit more tense. But I would say so far, yeah, it's 3 games, and personally, I've been black in 2 of them, I'm fairly satisfied, and there's a lot of time to create something. Although obviously it's not ever going to be easy against a very strong opponent.
All right, if I may ask the journalists, you have again microphones at both sides of the room. Here.
So Jan, I wanted to ask you about one moment. So when you played Rook E8, were you expecting Knight A5, which is sort of the main line, or?
You mean Knight A5 instead of Rook E8?
Yes. Was that something you were expecting, or was Rook E8 was it a surprise?
Well, in some way, I expected everything. So I guess after such long preparation, you more or less try to be familiar with most of the moves. But I'm sure there are also maybe some worthy tries which haven't been played yet. But yeah, okay, Rook E8 is one of the pretty logical sidelines. Like this whole plan is very healthy. Rook E8, Bishop F8, H6. Yeah, so a little bit like the Zaitsev variation. Yeah, but I mean still very very nice for black.
And then to Magnus, I wanted to ask about this moment with H3. If Jan had played Knight D2, was your aim to play D5?
Yeah, as Jan mentioned, we'll after d5 pretty much by force get this ending with an extra pawn for white, which I thought was just a dead draw.
So even if the bishop, would come to c3 and pawn on a5, was your idea to reroute the bishop to a6 possibly, or did you think?
No, I thought the bishop eventually after d5, everything gets taken. You take on a5, rook a8, bishop c7, rook a4, bishop goes to e5 and then c3, and then you go f6, king f7, h5. The bishops are just way too strong, I think.
So you would say that you were more than willing to go into this endgame, or did you consider perhaps playing another move to keep things going and maybe perhaps some chances?
I hadn't decided yet, but I had I had that in reserve, at least I thought. So there might have been other options, but it didn't feel realistic that I could actually play for something. So probably that's what I would have done.
And I know on the first day I asked you about football player.
I'm sorry, we have to give all the journalists an opportunity. You can come back on the mic if there are other questions. Sure. Thank you.
Hi, Saravanan from ChessBase. Ian, in the official commentary, Vishy Anand was discussing about your opening strategy. To quote him, in every match, people have tried different strategies against Magnus, but so far they haven't cracked it. Ian's strategy seems to be very reasonable. His style has been classical. He's playing the Rilopers, the Catalan with black. For the moment, he is playing the main line and it's working for him. Was this your strategy? Would you agree with him? And do you think it's working for you?
No, but as Vishy said, it seems very reasonable for him. Yeah, so actually, I also hope it's reasonable. But I guess after 3 games, it's too early to discuss the strategy.
Mike Klein with chess.com. This question is for Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, this is far from your first rodeo, and I know you have processes that have probably been established. So I'm wondering, how much are you trusting your team for in-match opening improvements, or are you still very hands-on in the middle of a match when looking for opening improvements?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. I don't wanna say too much, but it's always a combination that obviously you have a good team that you trust, but I mean at the end of the day I'm making the decisions.
Hi, this is Jan from VST from Montenegro. I have a question for Jan about the move h3. How happy were you at that point to make that kind of a move? Can you walk us through what was going on in your head at that point?
No, I think I surely won't tell you what I was thinking. But in general, I found out that d5 is likely inevitable, and this was a way to improve my position before d5. So maybe I could capitalize on that if black would push d5 immediately, but I guess also d5 should work pretty nicely. But yeah, somehow after h3, c6, it's not such a great important tempi, but h3 could be useful in many lines. So I'm not getting mated on the first rank at least.
Thanks.
I am Rune from the global broadcasts of Chess24. The question is primarily for Magnus, and would also love to hear if Ian had a reaction. It appears that today's game was analyzed in an online database all the way up until move 20 2 days ago. If this was somebody from your team who forgot to make it private, how would you react?
I don't think. I don't think any of us can reasonably comment on that.
Well, I can only say that normally you try to switch up this online cloud option in your chess base when you analyze, to make sure no one uses let's say your fruitful analysis. But I mean, could probably be a coincidence as well.
Okay, thank you.
Alexander Evstigneev, TV channel Russia One. My question is for Jan, and I will ask in Russian. Ян, скажите, пожалуйста, 3 ничьих подряд, насколько для вас комфортна эта ситуация, насколько она вас устраивает, и после суточного вот этого перерыва, который предстоит, можно ли ждать изменения тактики игры, стратегии, ужесточения, может быть? Спасибо.
Ну, сложно сказать, вчера, на самом деле, были некоторые довольно серьезные шансы, хотя в целом даже вроде глубокий анализ показывает, что ничего прям форсированного за черных не было, да, то есть там совсем прям выигрыша. Вот, но, конечно, в принципе, всегда нацелен на максимально возможный результат, да, и, скажем так, вести 3-0, наверное, было бы лучше, чем сделать 3 ничьи, но надо понимать, что, в принципе, борьба очень вязкая, очень плотная, да, так что, вот, ну, опять же, играем как умеем, вот, а получается, после выходного дня, ну, не знаю, надо сначала сыграть партию черными, потом партию белыми, то есть я, честно говоря, не загадываю, тут такая, шаг за шагом.
Спасибо. Thank you.
Ole Christianström, VG Norway. Question for both. As far as I understand, there is a doping test today. Do you think you can get an advantage in chess by using any kind of doping?
Jan?
Well, but if you use a doping, you are getting banned from the event, yeah? So, I mean, that's how it works. But also, I don't know about, let's say, any medicine which especially helps you to play chess, yeah? So, you know, hopefully, okay, we won't witness someone, you know, taking a headphone out of his ears, yeah, or maybe, you know, the problem with this, let's say, chess doping, yeah, if someone cheating, you can never accuse him of playing too well until it actually the headphone falls down onto the board, yeah, and this is not going to happen, I believe. So I really hope that, you know, everyone is fair.
Magnus?
I think there are probably experiments to be made. I mean, people use drugs to both prepare for and to do exams, for instance. I assume they could possibly help in chess as well. If at some point my level of chess drops drastically, I might start experimenting. But for now, I don't see the need.
Ulrich Stock from Die Zeit, Hamburg, Germany. Question to both. First to Magnus. Besides eating, sleeping and drinking, what is the last non-chess related thing that you did in these days here?
That's a good question. I don't remember, but I can instead tell you about my plans, or the immediate plans after the game today. If it were not for the doping control, which sort of messes it up. The first step of the plan was Chelsea, Manchester United. Then the next step was Real Madrid, Sevilla, and then Golden State Clippers, and then I thought we'll kind of take it from there on the free day. Apart from that, I don't know.
Well, that's a nice plan, actually. Probably I'll stick to at least some part of it.
Mike Flanagan with Chess.com. I guess I should just mention Gordon Hayward's coming on our broadcast, but that's neither here nor there. Question is mostly for Magnus. It's been a through line in your career that when it comes to sport versus science, you've actually wanted more of chess to come down on the side of sport, even if it's disadvantageous to you perhaps keeping your title. But do you still believe there should be more sport in chess? And if so, what are some measures that could be taken for the World Championship match?
I think there are many ways to play, but the most obvious ones, most obvious one is just shorten the time control. So, yeah.
To what?
Well, at least make it a mix of classical and rapid.
We'll take 2 more questions, please, before we conclude.
Hey, Jonathan Corbo from chess.com. This is for Magnus. Magnus mentioned his love of sports, some soccer as well as some basketball. In the off day, you said take it from there. Was there any plan to actually engage in some athletics on the off day? And this is actually also for Jan as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to depend on how I feel, but I will definitely try and be active tomorrow. As has been mentioned many times, now that we play 3 days in a row instead of 2, then it means there are more limitations on the amount of physical activity you can get. So I'll definitely be looking for that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, you got to do something a part of chess and eating and sleeping. So yeah, that's surely a part of your day there when it's a day off. But in general, I always I'm normally trying not to get tired even more than during a chess game. Yeah, so it should be something. Yeah.
And
pretty balanced.
And you guys have known each other for a very long time and played many games of chess against each other. Have you played any sports against each other over the time you've known each other?
Yeah, I think so. So I guess we played quite some football, yeah, in the same team and different teams. But that's normally what you do during some round robin tournaments. You in the rest day you go somewhere and play. Okay, they call it football.
Thank you.
Yes, for the last question. So draws are, of course, not a new thing in World Championship chess at all. We have gone like 5 years now without a decisive game in the classical portion. In those 5 years, there has been a huge influx of new chess fans who may not understand or appreciate why we have so many draws. Jan first, and then Magnus, if you could chime in afterwards. To these new chess fans who may not understand, could you have a comment or a way of explanation of why we see so many draws?
Well, normally you need mistakes for a decisive result. So this probably could tell you that players are not making too many mistakes. Yeah, and if you play consistently, yeah, so you don't blunder too often at least, yeah. In general, chess becomes quite a drawish game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that so much has been written and said about this. I really don't have a lot to add. We try.
Well, we are happy that you do. Thank you very much.
One more question, please.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a question for both. This is Theo 8 from Lichess. Stockfish 14 with NU seems to possess this game as 2 average center pawn loss versus 3 average center pawn loss, which in our assessment so far seems to have been the most accurate, according to Engines, game ever played in Chess World Championship history. Can I ask you both, perhaps starting with Magnus, how it feels to have played what seems to be one of the most accurate games to have been played so far in World Championship history, according to Engines?
Thank you very much. It feels great. It fills me with pride, but unfortunately only half a point on the score table.
Sure. And Jan?
Yeah, I must say it's quite a murky question before the doping test.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
One question for you, Magnus, from the FIDE Chess Twitter, asked by Vava Chess at Chess Vava. What will people remember about Magnus Carlsen 50 years from now?
I don't know. Don't. I think talking about legacy during a match is a rabbit hole I don't wanna go down. But hopefully he will be somebody who won a classical game in a World Championship match after the year 2016.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes our press conference. We will have our next game at 16:30, 2 days from now. Tomorrow's a rest day. Expect an exciting game 4. Thank you and good night.
Okay, that was a good move. You got to be patient here. Be patient.
Then he's attacking.
You have to make a counter move at some point.
I don't know what to do.
Okay, support the baby dragon with Valkyrie.
All right, but it's in cooldown.
No, okay, put the barrel.
All right.
Back.
Okay, I'm barreling him.
Yeah, good call.
He's attacking my tower, Danny.
Dude, his tower's yours. You got it. Sometimes the best defense is a good offense. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Is this. So here's what we're saying. Yes, we would discuss it on first game of the 2021 FIDE World Championship. And what better mean? Camera lighting and audio. We're gonna crush through the top of the show. All right.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
Am I supposed to feel ready? Yeah, but I guess when you prepare for such a major event, you always feel like you could do more. But I guess we are doing some insane amount of work, so I hope we get to be, ready enough.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're an experienced trader or just looking to make your first crypto purchase, Coinbase has you covered. Visit coinbase.com/chess to get $5 in free Bitcoin just for verifying your account today. Well, after an interesting Game 3 and a perhaps even more interesting post-game press conference, as promised, as always, our post-game show may be the most exciting part of the day, depending on whether we get a draw like today. But either way, our round 3 coverage, post-game coverage continues now with the man himself, the biggest Twitch streamer in regards to chess anyway, Super Grandmaster and 5-time U.S. champion Hikaru Nakamura is now with us. Hey, Hikaru. Going good, man.
How's it going, Danny? Good to talk to you.
You're here with me and Fabi, and we are excited to get your thoughts on this game. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk about how this was kind of just a prepared game, but I'm going to kind of go through and let you give your thoughts on first of all, Jan's decision not to repeat what he did in Game 1 and whether this is maybe a bad sign for his prep.
I don't know. I mean, I think if you look at Game 1 in terms of playing this whole H3 variation, he got a small advantage. I think more speaks to a theoretical question whether you can play H3 at all. Because normally what happens is, and Fabio obviously having played a match could speak to this better, but you know, when you play these ideas like H3 or A4 or C3 or whatever the line is, you hope that like around like move 13 or 14 there's some deviation, but when the deviation comes right away after H3, the move like knight A5, which is so forcing, which might just kill the whole line. I think it just speaks to how well Magnus prepared prior to the match. And then in terms of A4 today, I mean, it was definitely interesting. Again, I feel like Jan is going to have to mix it up because he didn't get very much today.
Yeah, I agree with what Hikaru said, which is I don't think Jan is super happy to see these early deviations. But the Marshall is a great opening in that respect because Black has a lot of flexibility in terms of playing small lines which are not super well known, but are extremely decent. And we saw that in Game 1, also today. Jan was in both cases prepared, but he couldn't go quite as deep as in the main lines.
Right, okay. Well, and is Rook E8 considered the early deviation from today, Hikaru? If Knight A5 was in Game 1, was it Rook E8 or was it another move, perhaps when Magnus... Go ahead.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like Rookie has been played a little bit. I don't know the exact theory because I haven't really played this line in quite a bit. But it felt like both players knew the line, whether it's been played in games or not. Both players knew the line pretty deep. And I think it was just very, very equal. I mean, I think Magnus maybe equals to the wrong way of putting it, but Magnus was only very slightly worse, and it never really seemed to get out of control per se. Although maybe there were alternatives for Jan, like Queen D3 a little bit later on, which could have been better, but it just didn't really seem like much. It seemed like typical Spanish and maybe some small pull for white, but nothing major. But I would say I was very impressed when Magnus played A5 because that was a move that, I mean, obviously looking with the computers, you see that it's the best move. But it doesn't seem easy for a human to play because you just create this weakness. But it was very, very impressive.
In the previous 2 games, the players had a little more post-game banter. Obviously, they know each other. They work together. So we kind of expected that a little more than maybe Caruana Carlsen 2018. But today there was nothing. And do you feel like that's because neither side wanted to say anything? Or how did you read into the fact that Nepo and Magnus just got up immediately from the board and went to the post-game press conference?
I don't know. I mean, I think what I would say is that probably there's just nothing going on. I mean, what is there to analyze in today's game? I mean, because I suspect that their seconds are going to go look at the line. They're going to be like, maybe you could have played some move instead of Rook C1 or something slightly different. But also, like this line, I mean, if Jan tries to play it again, like. I mean, he has to play this or he has to play H3 or he has to switch completely away from E4. So I feel like if they analyze it all, you're giving away too many secrets. There's no way you can analyze this game at the board where you're not giving something away. So I think that's probably why there was no analysis. Whereas yesterday, I think the game was very interesting. There were many deviations for both sides early on, but today it's all theory. They knew it, and so like if you say like instead of rook c1, you say, well, what would I have done if I played, I don't know, some move like a5 or something? Like it's just you can't
Well, you
really
commented,
ask
and Bobby also agreed with you in real time in our post-game press coverage that maybe queen d3 was it. Do you think it was queen d3 instead of bishop c2 or instead of h3 that might have been the last potential little fight for Jan?
Yeah, I mean, I think queen d3 is, but again, it's one of those positions where when you look at the computer, it all becomes very obvious why what Jan did was wrong. But I think again, for humans in that situation, it's very hard to realize that queen d3, there's just one slight nuance difference, which is that after, I believe after queen d3 d5 there, queen d3 d5, there's something with takes and, is it takes and bishop c2 maybe? There's some slight difference. I don't remember exactly what it was, but there's one slight difference with versus like in the game where, I mean, I think Jan just didn't realize how equal it becomes.
Was anything else to add on that queen d3? Because we also analyzed that.
Yeah, actually what Hikaru just mentioned about queen d3, d5, because Black's main idea is d5.
Yeah.
So we understand that queen d3 is the computer's line, but it's not easy to figure out why it's an improvement over d5. And I was speaking to Robert, and we were trying to understand the difference after d5, ed5, queen d5. And yeah, it could be something like bishop c2, which is super subtle.
That's really weird.
Just trying to improve the bishop.
Not right away, obviously.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that would be after knight d5, bishop c2 would.
Okay, yeah. If knight d5, bishop c2. But we were looking mostly at queen d5 in the game, right? So is queen d5 still probably what Black goes for?
Yeah, I think this was Robert's suggestion, knight d5, bishop c2, g6, because c3 is still potentially being traded off.
Okay.
But queen d5 is more natural, and I guess White will anyway trade queens. Knight takes d5, and if bishop takes a5, there's knight f4 with a fork also on d3 coming. So it's not exactly clear or easy, to figure this out over the board.
Okay. Well, the chess is like you're both saying, right? It feels like where do you even talk about an improvement without revealing prep? Maybe there wasn't even an improvement, and obviously we know. Oop! I lost Hikaru out of my ear. That's how you know it's live TV, everybody. I'm going to put Hikaru back in my ear. Hey, Hikaru. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I can still hear you guys.
I guess we'll switch to the practical nature. This one petered out, Hikaru. Your thoughts? Obviously, we do what we can to catch up with all the super grandmasters around the world. We've talked now with you and Levon and Maxime, so I want to ask you a couple of the general questions. What are your thoughts so far generally on what you've seen from both players, what you've seen from Jan's team in regards to preparation? And also, I want to end with a question. I know I'm giving you all at once. On the rest day strategy being different this time, I wonder if there's something to the fact that Magnus does get a rest day before his second chance with White. But please start with your thoughts on what you feel Jan has showed at this point in the match.
Well, I mean, I think first of all, Jan has definitely shown better prep than I think Sergey did, because I remember in that match in 2016, I'm just talking about the two Russian players, so I think they have very similar teams. I feel like Sergey was in trouble right from the get-go. There was a game, I think, in the Marshall, maybe it was like game 3 or 4. I don't remember the exact order. One of the early games where he was in trouble, he was very lucky at a fortress and he drew the game. But it seemed like he was struggling a lot in e4, e5. So I think Jan definitely has had better preparation than Sergey did, even though they have probably very similar teams. I think that it's been a strange match overall. I felt like game 1 was kind of weird. I thought that Magnus surprised Jan, then maybe Jan was better. Then I felt like Magnus got an advantage. So it was very choppy. Game 2 is even weirder, because at certain moments it felt like Magnus was losing, then maybe he was pressing. So it was very strange. Today felt like a sort of a return to the to the mean. Basically, it felt like everything returned to normal. Or it was just a pretty dry Spanish. I think Jan has done a good job so far. I think the next 3 games are critical, though. I think there's a big advantage for Magnus. Obviously, with 3 draws, now Magnus getting 2 whites out of the next 3 games, that next series of 3. I think this is where it gets really critical. If Magnus can win one of these next 3 games, I think he's in very good shape. I think if it's 3 more draws, though, the advantage goes right back to Jan again. So I think so far Jan's been good. I don't think he's been in too much trouble, which is important, but. Again, it's still very early in the match.
How do you feel if the match continues to go on? I want to ask you about your Speed Chess Championship match coming with Anish. And on that note, you are considered by many to be, one of the best rapid and blitz players ever. And one of the dynamics coming into this match has been, would Magnus have an advantage should this match go to tiebreak and rapid and blitz? You played both these guys, right? Jan and Magnus. What are your thoughts on should we get a third tiebreak in the World Chess Championship for the third time in a row on Jan's chances in that potential tiebreak?
Yeah, so I mean, first of all, to answer the question about the tiebreaker, I mean, I think if this match is something like 14 draws or 12 draws, and say 1 win for Magnus, one win for Jan, I mean, I think FIDE needs to change something with the format, because I mean, frankly, I think the fact that, you know, Sergey lost that match at tiebreaks, the fact that Fabiano lost is I mean, very, very unfair to both of them, because it is, of course, the classical World Chess Championship. So I think something will have to change. You know, one difference, though, I think, is that Jan, he's very unpredictable in rapid and blitz. And I think because of that, Magnus perhaps, I think he assumes he's a favorite in rapid, but I don't think he can feel comfortable about it. So that might change the match strategy a little bit. But it's kind of what it is. And I think the longer it drags on, the more confident Jan should feel, especially if he gets through the next 3 games without losing
interesting.
one.
Hikaru, I have a question to expand on that a bit. How would you feel about a change of format from a match system to a tournament system like we saw in 2007 and 2005 when Vichy and Veselin won the World Championship?
I mean, I think if you're trying to keep it as traditional as possible, I think that's the best way to have a winner be decided through classical chess, where you don't have to have rapid or blitz at all. So if you're trying to be traditional, I think that actually makes more sense. You know, again, it's all very weird, because obviously you have the Grand Swiss where you qualified along with Ali Reza for the candidates, but then you also have like this the FIDE Grand Prix, which is going to be like a knockout format. You have the World Cup, which is knockout. I mean, it's very weird to have all these different formats. But yeah, I think if this match isn't decided in classical, something has to change. So I like that idea if you want it to be decided specifically from classical chess.
Interesting.
Makes
Or
sense.
crazy idea, they could design a format with a timer that ticks down, and you have to just rack up as many wins as you can while the time is disappearing from the total match clock. Hikaru, you know something about winning matches in that.
I mean, I also had one other thing that I thought. I mean, it sounds very weird, but the other thing that I was thinking about was maybe you should have like a rapid tiebreaker played before the match. I kind of wonder about that too, because then you know what the situation is ahead of time, and then like, you know, whoever like let's just say Magnus were to win a rapid tiebreaker, then I think that Jan definitely would be pushing a lot harder, and the match would be a lot more imbalanced. You would not see probably the same openings. You'd probably see Jan play the English and get some wild positions. So that's my other idea.
That idea has been suggested by some different players. So that's another interesting one. Well, Hikaru, you have a match coming up versus Anish Giri. I don't need to tell you, of course, that you are the defending champion, and many people consider you the favorite. But we know Anish is tough, right? And you know, these matches, we know Anish is taking it seriously. I can tell you that because he told me on WhatsApp that he's prepping very hard, just so you know. So your thoughts on your own chances against Anish Giri? Kind of, hey, there you go, Anish. I just outed you. Go ahead.
I mean, I guess, yeah, it's what, 8 days away or something. I mean, obviously I'm not doing any prep for the match. I stream every day, so I don't really have time. I mean, I think I'll probably look at something in a day or two before the match. I think mainly it's just try to just be solid. I would say this though, if I play the way that I did against Peter, I think I'll get soundly defeated. I think I was a little bit lucky that I was playing Peter in that match. I think if I had been playing Anish, I would have gotten blown off the board. So it's a little bit fortunate. So I'll have to do better than I did against Peter. Again, it's a match, you know, and I think if I can get to bullet and I'm not too far behind, I think good things will happen.
We wish you the best of luck. We'll be watching as fans, all of us here, because Danya Naroditsky and others will have the call. So good luck, man. And reminder for everybody, head over to twitch.tv/GM Hikaru. I think Hikaru is also doing live commentary, right? Are you doing some, what else can we tell people? I've got my favorite mug here.
Oh, I mean, I've been doing coverage of the games as well. I covered the whole game today. And yeah, just doing that and playing Blitz, doing all the regular stuff. And it's been a good match so far. And hopefully the fans we'll stick around even if we get.
We may not get a
draws.
Bond Cloud, but I do have the Hikaru Nakamura Bond Cloud speedrun mug, so they can go pick up that as well. Hikaru, thanks, man, for joining us. Really appreciate it. And on the days where we're rating Hikaru fans, obviously stick around and go give them a follow right now. So good luck with all the coverage, and we'll talk to you soon, maybe on the other side of your Speed Chess Championship match.
Awesome.
Thank you, Hikaru.
Thank you. All right, that was the one and only Hikaru Nakamura giving his thoughts on round 3. Some interesting things there to take away. I like the discussion you guys had about what might need to change should we have another World Championship match where the classical world champion is not decided in classical. You and Hikaru kind of agreed on that.
Well, it was interesting to get Hikaru's thoughts because he's played in the World Championship cycle
Yep.
for many years now.
Yeah.
As well as have our other guests
Yep.
before, Maxime and Levon. So it's always interesting to see the inside perspective of a top player.
Yep.
And he may also be playing in
the Grand Prix.
In the Grand Prix and in this World Championship cycle.
Yep.
So he has some also insights that the regular player might not have.
Yeah. Interesting stuff. A lot to unpack. Remind everybody that we mentioned Hikaru Nakamura versus Anish Giri Speed Chess Championship match, but Fabiano Caruana also plays tomorrow versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and now is an important time to mention it because right after this segment here, I'll be rejoined by my boy Robert Hess, and we'll have other guests coming up, Eric Hansen, Jan Ludwig Hammer, but Fabi will get a break. So, Fabi, I'm going to wish you luck in your match tomorrow versus Maxime. I mean, I'm not going anywhere. I'll see you tomorrow, but since this is probably the last we'll see on today's show, good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Denny.
And everyone else, we have the answer coming up to our trivia question. If you haven't been playing along, what's wrong with you? We got a 1-year diamond membership up for grabs. All you got to do is quote tweet the answer every day. We tend to ask it around the 45-minute to 60-minute mark, and you can play along by, again, quote tweeting the answer here. Here, right at the top of this break, we're going to have both the question and the answer again, so don't go anywhere. Chess.com's post-game coverage of round 3 of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship returns in a few.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Korbla, coming to you from Expo 2020 here in Dubai. I have a trivia question for you. If Magnus Carlsen successfully defends his World Championship title, he will have won 5 World Championship matches, one short of the record. Which 2 world champions hold the record with 6 World Championship titles?
Today, more than ever, when the world comes together to create a better tomorrow.
It's going to be magic. Oh,
La magie. Magic. Magic with music.
with architecture.
With colors.
Magic with celebration. With your safety.
From here.
There.
And everywhere.
For 6 whole months, day and night.
Join the making of a new world, starting October 1st.
this. So here's what we're saying. Yes, we would discuss it on. First game of the 2021 FIDE World Championship. And what better mean? Camera lighting and audio. We're going to crush through the top of the show. All right.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
Am I supposed to feel ready? Yeah, but I guess when you prepare for such a major event, you always feel like you could do more. But I guess we are doing some insane amount of work, so I hope we got to be, ready enough.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
Hi, it's Jonathan Corblow back again with the answer to our trivia question. Which two world champions had 6 successful world championship matches? Well, that would be Emmanuel Lasker and Garry Kasparov. Kasparov from Russia, and here we are in front of the Russian pavilion.
And we are back here. Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase, and now we are going to have it brought in by a man with a plan. His name is Hammer, and he brings the heat every day in our post-game show. Jan Ludwig, how you doing?
I'm doing good, Danny. How are you guys?
I was better before Danny said Broughton.
It has been brought. Right now we have Jan Ludwig Hammer, and let's bring it, Hammer. So tell us, we're now 3 games in, right? We have had nothing but peace on the board, but the world champion now gets a rest day and an opportunity to go back to the drawing board before he gets another stab at the white pieces. What's the temperature like in Norway? How are the fans feeling, getting anxious for a Magnus win? And all your thoughts on what Game 3 gave us.
Well, Norway is very, very cold right now, Danny, but we're getting heated up, cozying up in front of the television, watching this World Championship match, and we're liking what we're seeing. Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces is getting out of the opening alive. That's all we want. As long as he survives the black games, he should win this World Championship match, because the one thing we fear is that he gets into one of those computer preparations where his opponent isn't really even thinking themselves, where they're just regurgitating what the engines have been telling them ahead of time, with Magnus looking perplexed at the board. That hasn't been the case. Magnus has been well prepared. And now in this game, he gets out of it with a fine result and without seemingly being in trouble.
That makes perfect sense. But Hammer, something to be said for the fact that in World Championships past, having the white pieces can in some ways be a disadvantage because you feel the necessity to push. I mean, we know Magnus Carlsen played against Sergei Karyakin, and if you are drawing with black, at some point you need to win a game if you want to win in a regulation before tiebreak. So do you think that there's almost too much of an onus sometimes on having the first move advantage, and how do you think Magnus, copes with that?
Yeah, I was kind of bluffing, but you caught my bluff. I was saying that the only danger we see is Magnus with the black pieces, but having reviewed the last couple of World Championship matches, the game he came closest to losing against Fabiano Caruana was a game he played with the white pieces where he just relaxed too soon. He thought there was nothing happening in the position, and slowly but surely Caruana was able to outplay him. And as Robert references, the game Magnus lost against Karyakin was also with the white pieces. And frankly, the game where he's been in the most trouble here at the beginning against Nepomniachtchi was with the black pieces when he missed a move and Nepomniachtchi took the white rook, and it was quite dangerous there for some time. So you have seen through my bluff. In reality, Magnus's concentration with the white pieces is also going to be important, but in general, my feeling is that as long as Magnus survives the heavy white opening preparation that the Russians have been brewing for many months, then our man should be able to win
I want to
match.
jump to a couple of the topics that came up in the post-game press conference. I know you tune in for those, so you're well prepared for all of our questions because you're a pro. We saw Magnus not necessarily get defensive, but he said, look, this topic has been brought up so many times now. It's been written about. There hasn't been a decisive game in classical chess of the World Championship for more than 5 years. We could add the topic you said yesterday. He actually hasn't led the classical portion since 2014. You could tell there was he had a little bit of energy in that response, right? A little bit of frustration where he's like, look, we're trying, I'm trying, right? But how much is that one of the reasons why Magnus has gotten in trouble with white? Because he does want to put an end to that. He does want to push, and maybe that is something that he needs to think twice about as he gets the white pieces again heading into game 4.
Yeah. At the end of the day, chess is a difficult game. And Magnus, even he admits it, even though he makes it look easy at times. These guys come prepared, and they're playing their very best chess, and a player like that is always going to be difficult to defeat. I personally think it's just been a bit of randomness that we've gone out without a victory for this long. I think the match against Caruana was one of the most exciting in history, which is ironic when every single game ended up in a draw, but it was like these Sicilian defenses they were battling it out in were super entertaining. And I think I think it's coming. And they're trying. Magnus himself said, "Hey, I'm trying. I'm trying my best, but it's tough winning games."
On the topic of the Sicilian and openings, we saw Jan deviate early in this game, and Magnus in 2018, he was changing his opening from the white side, but stayed consistent with black. So, what do you think of Jan's strategy to sort of remove that target of playing a specific opening, and do you think he'll continue to deviate early on, or will he repeat one of the lines we've seen thus far?
Personally, I believe the best way to beat Magnus is just decide where you want to strike and then just keep hitting that same spot over and over and over until Magnus kind of runs out of ideas. I think Magnus stuck to his guns today because he was very happy with the kind of position they were getting. It was a maneuvering game. It was very strategy based, and that is a kind of play where Magnus is considered the stronger player than Nepomniachtchi. So I feel like Nepo needs to kind of get a bit more of a punch in his white openings. That being said, I do think Nepo came well prepared today. I thought he had a good position out of the opening. His pieces were so well centralized, and frankly, I thought Magnus was in some trouble. But I think Magnus just defended brilliantly, and I think if a lesser player had the black pieces, this could easily have been a win for white. But in particular, the maneuver Magnus had where he took his bishop on b7, which was already kind of trying to point in towards the center of the board, and he decided to spend a lot of time rerouting it into more of a defensive position, making sure white's bishop could not point towards the black king. That was such a crucial maneuver, and that's why we're kind of saying, well, this was a boring game where nothing really happened. Nothing happened because Magnus was very accurate in making the right defensive move at the right time, as you're showing on the screen now. That bishop going back to its initial square, it feels wrong, but it was absolutely the right recipe for Magnus today.
Well said, and sorry, I was a little bit late. I was just listening to you and visualizing the position in my head, realizing I should have just been showing it on the board for all the viewers. But yeah, this is, in hindsight, exactly the maneuver that squelched whatever advantage Nepomniachtchi might have had. I've got one more question for you, Hammer, unless my partner, I think I want to bring it to a close again on another question that came up in the press conference, which Magnus, I think, appropriately and professionally said, hey, I don't think it's the right time to talk about legacy when I'm in the middle of defending my title, right? I'm in the middle of a match, and I think that's exactly the right thing to say, both out of respect to your opponent and the right mindset. But I'm going to ask you, and a guy who kind of represents the Norwegian perspective on Magnus's legacy, and it builds on our trivia question today, because we said if Magnus defends his title, there will only have been 2 world champions in history who had more, who did so successfully more times than Magnus, those being Lasker and Kasparov at that point. So what do you think this world championship does for Magnus Carlsen's legacy? Does it forever put him undeniably as the GOAT ahead of Kasparov, or what would you say about that question that Magnus appropriately kind of dodged today?
I think personally, for me, he is the greatest player of all time. But I think the people who believe that Kasparov's having the number 1 spot for longer than Magnus and having more world championship victories, they are not going to be swayed by another one for Magnus. I think there are some who just think he's the greatest ever because he is the greatest at a time when everyone has incredible tools to become better players, and like the development of information technology has enabled the chess competition at the highest level to just be an even playing field. And so I feel what Magnus is accomplishing now even surpasses that of Kasparov, even without Magnus having as many world championship victories or having being the number 1 for as long as Kasparov did. However, those who do feel that Kasparov is still number 1, they are going to want some numbers from Magnus. They're going to want Magnus to not only get as many victories, they want him to surpass Kasparov in the numbers. And to do that, Magnus is going to have to be the number 1 for another 8 years. So those people are not going to be swayed by this match.
Well said. Well, it's a debate as old as time, right? LeBron versus Jordan, Carlsen versus Kasparov, right? Hess versus chess, you know?
Yeah, and it's
There's no right answer.
There's
right?
no right answer.
Well, we appreciate it, Hammer, because you do have all the right answers, maybe regardless of that question. We really do love you joining us. This segment is a treat every day. So thanks again for bringing it. Enjoy your rest day, sir. I know you're working super hard as well. So happy Monday to you. Tune in for maybe Caruana versus Vache Legrave. Your thoughts on who takes tomorrow's match between Fabi and Maxime, real quick.
With Maxime beating Magnus last year, I'm not gonna take anyone over him. So
totally
I'll
fair.
go with
We'll see you on Tuesday for Game 4. Enjoy your rest day. Enjoy the match tomorrow, and we'll see you on the other side, buddy. Bye.
Yeah. Good
stuff there. I love the greatest of all time discussion. I debate with my 16-year-old LeBron versus Jordan. It's just tons of fun. So it's a fun conversation. I think a lot of people like to have.
Yeah, you know, if you get me started, then I won't stop. But
you won't stop.
The legacy question is important to some degree because it lingers in the back of your mind, right?
Yep.
Magnus doesn't want to lose the world championship because he wants to win every chess game he plays if he can. But you don't want to have this be the end of your world championship reign. Once you have that seat, you don't want to give it to anybody else. And
good to be king.
It's tough when you're fielding those questions, especially during the match, because of course that's not really what you're thinking about. But during your regular life, non-match times, I'm sure at some point in time that comes to mind and you have to consider it. And I think Hammer made some good arguments.
Yeah. Well, good stuff. As we mentioned, the trivia question today was on the only two world champions to have a longer run should Magnus Carlsen win. Defend his title, win it for the 5th time. Those were Lasker and Kasparov. And it's almost like we've planned this whole show professionally all along because we're about to debut the 3rd episode of Chess, a Reflection of Us, where the topic is about the world champion, Emanuel Lasker, and how he almost didn't even get the title because of the unique circumstances that he faced. So tune in right now. Enjoy our next debut. The 3rd episode of Chess, a Reflection of Us starts right now.
Every sport has its greatest players, the ones fans talk about for years, the ones other players aspire to imitate, the ones admired by a younger generation, players that change the game forever. In chess, Emanuel Lasker is one of those players. Lasker was world chess champion for 27 years. And 100 years later, this Ironman record still stands. No one else has ever held the title as long. This German chess player, research mathematician, and philosopher is recognized as one of the most notable players in history. But his win over reigning world champion Wilhelm Steinitz almost didn't happen. Before the tournament, Steinitz talked about retiring. The young, 25-year-old Lasker urged the seasoned 58-year-old to face him in the World Chess Championship before calling it quits. Lasker wanted each side to stake $5,000, but found it challenging to raise the funds. Steinitz agreed to reduce the stakes to $2,000 each, which was less money than earlier championships, but still a sizable pool at that time. While many praised Steinitz for agreeing to the reduction, some have theorized that he desperately needed the money. Both players also mutually agreed that the copyright to publish each game's moves was owned by the players, marking an early and important discussion on intellectual property rights in chess. The championship would take place in 3 locations in the spring of 1894. New York City hosted the first 8 games. Philadelphia would host games 9 through 11, followed by games 12 through 19 in Montreal, Canada. The first player to win 10 games would be declared the winner. Great competitors can't resist a challenge, and Steinitz declared he would win without a doubt. Lasker had other plans. The World Chess Championship of 1894 started off a well-balanced match. The score was tied after 6 games, marked by Lasker's use of the Ruy Lopez opening. Lasker then took a commanding lead with 5 straight victories as the match transitioned from New York to Philadelphia. Steinitz briefly looked like he might bounce back in Montreal, but the young Lasker was not to be denied. The players traded wins until Lasker ultimately won the championship in the 19th game. Unlike Steinitz, who stuck to his strategy of positional play, Lasker had a more flexible approach, changing his style from game to game. There were newspaper reports of Steinitz playing poorly while suffering from insomnia during part of the match. Details are limited, but the 16th game was played in private in a small room at Montreal's venerable Cosmopolitan Club, attended only by the players and match officials. Regardless, Emanuel Lasker was the new World Chess Champion. Fans would talk about the games for years. Other chess players would emulate Lasker's style, and future generations would study his games in books, videos, and articles. Emanuel Lasker is one of the chess titans. Coming up, find out about the Lasker-Steinitz rematch and the other games that created Lasker's legacy during his record-setting reign as World Chess Champion.
You ready?
Yeah.
Your knight's on f7. Where can it go?
F7, D6, E8, G7, H5, G3, E2, C1, B3, A5.
Stop. White king on A3, white pawn on B3, black king on E7. Who wins?
It's a draw. Black's king gets to A8 before white's king gets to B7.
Name the fastest checkmate for white.
E45, Queen H5, King E7, Queen takes E5.
Recount your opening versus Alexeyenko from the first half of the 2020 Candidates Tournament.
D4, Knight of 6, C4, E6, Knight C3, Bishop E4, F3, D5, A3, Bishop E7, E4, D4, FE4.
Stop. Tell us about a chess game that made an impression on you.
Karpov-Kasparov from the World Championship match 1985. Kasparov's Octopus Knight on D3 controlled 8 squares in the enemy camp and allowed him to become the world champion.
There's a knight on E5. What squares does it attack?
F7, D7, C6, C4, D3, F3, G4, G6.
Stop. How do you do this?
Visualization in chess isn't difficult for me. It just comes naturally.
Where does crypto come from?
Honestly, I don't know. Can you tell me?
Learn more at coinbase.com/chess to get $5 in free crypto when you sign up and verify your account.
This. So here's what we're saying. Yes, we would discuss it on first game of the 2021 FIDE World Championship. But what better mean? Camera lighting and audio. We're gonna crush through the top of the show. All right.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
Am I supposed to feel ready? Yeah, but I guess when you prepare for such a major event, you always feel like you could do more. But I guess we are doing some insane amount of work, so I hope we got to be, ready enough.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
We are back now with our last guest of the day, and as always, our last special guest is brought to you by Grip6. You can go to grip6.com/chess. Use the promo code CHESS for 25% off socks, belts, wallets, the whole gambit. You know the drill. Thank you to Grip6, and now thank you to the one and only Eric Hansen, Mr. Chess Bra, here alongside Hess Bra, as we like to call him. When you're not around, Eric, did you know we call him Hess Bra?
No, but it's well used. I think Robert's earned
Well,
it.
Eric, good to see you, man. How are you doing? You know both these guys, right? You know high-level chess. Let me just ask you to kind of take it away and give us your thoughts as a guy who's covering this both as a fan and a commentator. Your thoughts on what we've seen so far in the World Championship.
I was hoping you weren't
just
bringing me on to
high-level
talk
thoughts.
about chess. I thought all the other guys I know. I know I'm kidding, but yeah, I'm still kind of waiting, like everybody else. I know everyone's talking about how it's a few draws, and I'd say it started out a little less sharper than from what I remember the Caruana match, first couple of games, but yeah, still pretty tense. I had Magnus as I guess most people, obviously, he's a favorite, and I still think in terms of my prediction, I think I forgot to submit it, but had him winning by a couple of games. And seeing something like yesterday, there's going to be some chances, but so far, I'm just a little worried that you're going to have a lot of these E4, E5 positions. Yesterday was refreshing, but I know that Magnus isn't always going to go for something like that because of the risks involved. It just depends on the prep, but. The way I think about Nepo is if Magnus gets that win, I don't think in terms of coming back or being as resilient, I don't think of Jan as if that happens, I think his confidence will definitely take a bit of a hit. I think let's say Karyakin out of probably the recent players is probably the most resilient I kind of think of, and for somebody like Jan, he's more momentum driven. And he has more highs and lows out of some other top players. So I think Magnus and his team is definitely looking to get that early win in somehow. So I'm looking forward to the next few games for something like that to see what opening they come up with. But those are just a few initial thoughts. Yeah, you got the Europeans or other people. I'm not the best morning person, so half the time I'm depending on the type of game it is, depends on how much I'm actually focusing live. If I wake up at 5 or 6 a.m. and I look at the middle game, sometimes I fall back asleep or sometimes I'm engaged.
Well, Jan almost fell asleep today.
But yesterday was interesting. Yeah, exactly. So I'm still waking up in the match. I'm kind of like, that's my phase as well. Once that first win comes in, I'll be fully alert. But
Yeah,
I'm
you and
waiting
the
for some
players both.
chaos.
And well, Eric, of course, you're a very strong grandmaster as a player, but you also are an ambassador for the game, a huge ambassador. And you were just saying how the first 3 games were almost disappointing, it sounds like, to you compared to the match in 2018 between Carlsen and Caruana. So as a streamer, as a commentator, as somebody who does a lot of instructive content in addition to the entertaining side, like, what do you do in these moments to make chess accessible to everybody?
Yeah, we could probably, the three of us could probably sit for
we
hours
could.
discussing that, because there's a lot of good opinions, and we've done it a little bit. I think the tricky part is the value you put on things being done in classical. But I'm for disruption always. So I'm always like, I don't think the player's fault. It's always going to be the format, or on the organizers, or on the governing body. I really don't think you can do too much to the players. They're playing based on how the format is. If it was a tournament, it'd be different. If it was a different time control, it'd be different. So it comes from the very top, and there's a few different ways to do it from there. But I don't think once every 2 years, and I've always had this opinion, once every 2 years a match is a little outdated, especially the trend of there being fewer decisive games and where chess is. It's just not modernizing. You're not speeding the game up enough compared to other entertainment products, such as the NFL, NBA, whatever sort of major sport, boxing, UFC. It's just, there needs to be more title defenses and some sort of incentive there to just make it better. Again, not the player's fault, and it is a little what Hikaru was saying earlier on the show. Yeah, when people lose a classical match and in rapid, that also is a little tough. I can understand. Yeah, I mean, your job is to play the best classical chess, and you did, and you tied that. So I don't know. I'm all for.
Well, let me ask that, because it seems to be the topic of the day, and
format.
you obviously heard Hikaru's thoughts and Fabi's thoughts too. Like, we could debate this for hours, as we all know, and we're all kind of in this together as ambassadors, and we want what's best for chess. Give me if you had to do something tomorrow, would you suggest what Fabi initially did, what they did in 2007, 2005, maybe a hybrid of sorts, which they had for the Women's World Championship cycle for a while, a tournament followed by maybe a small knockout of the top 2 players, maybe at that point when they were a little more tired? Or would you do what Hikaru said with a rapid tiebreak, right? If you had to pick one to try in the next World Championship in 2023, which would you choose?
What I would choose is, if we're still keeping it classical, and I think there's something to be said about that, or some of the players might want that, then you just need to have more matches. So if it's tied in classical, I would shorten the match. Instead of going 14 games, I'd do like maybe an 8-game match, and there might be a rematch clause, which they have in other one-on-one sports like boxing and UFC, depending on the contract. But you'd have to do it more frequently. So if, let's say, they tied after 8 games or something a little shorter, because 3 weeks long is also not as modern necessarily. I would do like eight games, and then if it's tied, they play again in
Interesting.
in 6 months or something, kind of like. But I'd like to see more challengers get a chance to play Magnus. He's down to play more often. So I kind of compare it more to combat sports, and still give the person maybe a chance to beat the champion, but avoid the rapid aspect.
I guess the counter argument is that the world champion will always be playing matches because they need to prepare, whether it's for a new person or a rematch. But I do like what you were saying, Eric, because Garry Kasparov and Anatoly Karpov, they had their very famous match, rematch, and in other sports as well, right? Ali versus Frazier. So you can think about how rematches are very impactful in all sorts of sports. And so having that be more frequent is interesting. But I think as a chess player, Eric, it's tough to see everything shift more quickly because the best chess, the most precise chess, is in classical chess. So it's an emotional weight that is hard to balance here.
Yeah, you do see the pinnacle of chess in this format. So It's tricky, but I would want to change. I always say that. So any direction I'm kind of okay with. I guess I noticed the time controls a little bit different. That's supposed to help, right? No increment until move 60 or potentially. I don't know all the research, but um maybe with the thing I discussed, if every game is a draw, you don't get a rematch clause, maybe something like that where you need, I don't know.
Motivate.
I don't know, but there's nothing wrong with drawing Magnus 14 games if he can't beat you. But so it's like, it's a little tricky there, but I wanna wake up and see you guys more than once every 2 years. It's big production. It's more of a party, you know, more events to get up for.
We appreciate that. We want you to wake up and see us too. But let's talk about what you guys are doing. You guys have Yaz on your stream, right? You guys are give us a reminder for all those watching right now. No matter where you are, go to twitch.tv/chessbra. Hit the follow button, or if you're on YouTube, you can go to youtube.com/chessbra. But you guys, tell us about your coverage. You guys are doing live coverage. You got some post coverage. We're rating you after this. What's going on in the world of chessbra?
Yeah. Not so much live coverage. We've done it before. It's really tough on the time zone, and then for the rest of the day, we're kind of like zombies.
We're right there with you.
You heard that, Danny?
Napping, etc. And the thing is, like, I think this year and every cycle it's been getting stronger since chess has been more embraced online. The offerings are substantial. Like, you have like Vichy doing it this year. I think like it's just there's more and more. It's good for the consumer and better for our health. So we're more like I'm comparing it to more of like a Shaq and Charles Barkley post game show. We're mainly doing that where you have a bit of fun. You get to roast the players. You get to play a few games maybe from the positions they had. So let's say Magnus and Nepo had an interesting position. We might have Yasser and Amon play it out for the viewers and just have a more of a post game after party kind of vibe. Because this year lots of good coverage that we've been tuning in, and we'll have more better health than getting up at 4:30. We did that before, and we're like, I don't know if we'll always do it, especially if you guys are doing it, and you're out west right now, so we'll be fans. Awesome. And then but we're doing the post game. So with the idea is that people are tuning in, they're watching the coverage, and afterwards they have an outlet for chess. They're like, especially in North America, probably still on their coffees and stuff like that. And they're like, hey, I enjoyed the game, but I have some questions, or I'm just in the chess kind of mode. It's kind of like chess month where you have all the casual chess people who are like, they only tune in once every 2 years in a higher capacity. Well, they're looking for more and more chess content. So we're kind of just keeping the show going, and it's kind of awesome. Keeping things continuous. So if you're looking for chess, looking for stories, Yasser is bringing out a ton of stories, as you can imagine. Some of them I've heard too many times, so I can't tune in. Like, I have it muted because he's told me too many times. But for most people, there's still the first or second or third time they've heard it. So it still is a little entertaining. You got Yasser stories. Amon and him are having some fun, and it's just a very casual vibe there to try to consolidate some of the viewers that are coming in after the games.
I'll say personally vouch for the fact that if you've never seen Yasser Seirawan on a chessbra stream, hanging out with Eric and Mon gets even better Yasser if it was a possible thing. So no jokes. You should be heading over and checking out their post game show. Not just right now when we raid them, but every single day. Seriously, it's Yasser on the Chessbra show. Eric is a unique type of content and some of the most entertaining stuff on Twitch. So, all right, man. Well, thanks for.
Well, speaking of, I did want to say, I got to call you guys out. When I see you guys in a room together, you know what I think about? I think about when Amon and I took you guys to the shed.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
And you guys got your queen on H2.
Yeah, how did you let that happen, just Robert? How did you let that happen?
I don't know what you guys have planned for your off days, but speaking of some good chess entertainment, we might have to do a rematch. I mean, maybe you can throw Yasser in.
If we get Bobby, you guys get Yasser.
I'll take that.
I'll take Bobby. You guys get Yasser.
whoa.
Maybe. Okay.
Maybe. Fabi's played for us before. That would hurt me a little bit. But
Okay.
I'm open to it. That I'm just saying people want to see some games, they want to see some blood, and it might be at the expense of you guys or myself on the off days until the
I'm
players
with
do it. So
I think it'd be a
I thought it was
blast.
pretty fun.
Plus,
seriously.
We are
But
due a win here, Robert. We just to do the math on this. I
Yeah,
think we can.
My win is sitting this one out and not having to be your teammate for a change. We always lose.
Okay, well, I'm gonna try to convince him.
Yeah, that might be the upgrade. Something like that. That could be a fun format. Just throwing it out there because
For those of you who don't know what we're talking about,
you guys
shame
in the
on
room
you.
always
Just
brings that.
Google right now Team Chess, chess.com versus Chess Bra for some of the best content we've ever done. In fact, you're right, Eric, because our other Eric, my partner in crime, Eric, who runs chess.com, is actually mad at me that we're not doing more Team Chess because it is literally his favorite thing. I think he's watched our full matches like twice, so he legit loves it. And so you have a partner there. That could be a lot of fun. Let me discuss with Robert internally.
I'm open because that's exactly what this is a the festivities have started and outside of the actual games itself, I think it's important to bring some fun. You guys are having some fun segments as well and just keep people engaged.
I'm with it, man. All right, dude. Well, thank you so much for joining us, man. I think we're going to see you again at some point, or Amon, one of you guys may be joining us.
I'll be tuning in. I got the guys doing the coverage, so I get to wake up a little later. I got my coffee and so they're stuck streaming. I hope people come tune in. Amon's doing a recap every day. That's another new thing that we're trying out. But yeah, hopefully people come hang out with us for some post.
We'll go hang out with Eric and Amon and Yaz. Like he said, they're already live, so you can head over there now. We'll be rating you guys soon, and I guess we'll see you again then in a few days.
Thanks, Robert. Thanks, Danny. See you guys soon.
All right, that was awesome, man. We should do the Team Chess. I promise.
Do you want me to reject you live in front of however many thousand people watching?
That would be so great. That'd be a lot of fun. I mean,
for you,
I'll do a favor for you.
What?
I'm gonna get you some good birthday gifts.
Yeah. Okay.
That would be
so I have to earn my birthday gift?
No, I don't know. I'm just trying to say. You know
Eric did have some very, very interesting thoughts though about the the World Championship and making it more entertaining and using combat sports as a reference. And I think that people may overreact. Not Eric specifically, but people overreact. Draws, boring, this and that. Fabiano's match against Magnus was incredibly entertaining. And even in this match, game 2 in particular, that was a swing that could have led to a decisive game. So I do think we need to wait and see because let's say the next 2 games are decisive. People are like, this World Championship match is epic.
Yeah.
People overreact, always. So we still have time to see it settle. But I do understand why people are kind of itching for a change because if you have 12 draws in a match, then 14 draws if that were to happen, then it's kind of getting to the point where like we want to see some decisive games.
I will be on record. I will be shocked if we do not have multiple decisive games in this match. Like I will just say that I would just be shocked, and I think you're with me on that. So just the style of these players, the different dynamics of how they're approaching it. So agreed with you 100%. We're going to take a very quick break, our last break. When we come back, final thoughts, wrapping up. We raid the Chess Bros. Don't go anywhere. Chess.com's final moments from Game 3 of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase, when we return. Thank you once again to everyone who is still with us. Thank you once again to Grip 6 for always being a part of bringing us our last special guest. Go to grip6.com. Get your discounted stuff and swag today. Now we're going to bring you our last thoughts based on the Coinbase critical moment. We like to bring it to you on the board here. Let's do it. When Magnus played the move bishop to c8, a little bit dubious, we thought at first, but ultimately proving to be the key defensive idea to reroute the bishop to e6 and hold the position defensively. Thank you to House of Staunton for providing us with this beautiful chess set in studio. A reminder to use the promo code chess.com for a discounted, beautiful chess set. Maybe a great holiday gift for you or a friend this holiday season. Speaking of friends that join us around the holiday season, tomorrow we have Harry Mack, the guy that's been bringing us all of our pregame hype stuff, the wrap on Jan, the wrap on Magnus, the wrap on the World Championship. Tomorrow we'll wrap it out with him. It's going to be fun. We're going to give him some words in real time and let him freestyle, make it up with the bullet points, maybe even take some suggestions from chat as far as words that he has to mix in to his bit. So thank you again for being with us. When I said tomorrow, I meant Tuesday. All these days blurring together, but it is a rest day tomorrow, so enjoy your Monday. Watch the Speed Chess Championship between Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. Should be a doozy. Going to be a lot of fun. Looking for different formats, given the topic of everything we discussed today. The Speed Chess Championship format, if somehow you've never watched it, is a ton of fun. So enjoy that content tomorrow on the rest day. We will see you again on Tuesday, November 30th. Until then, everybody, whether you're about to have a good day, it's a good night. This is Goodbye Dubai.